Council, being past the hour of 7, we'll get our meeting underway. It's a special committee of the whole meeting called to order. Approval of the agenda, a special committee of the whole agenda, February 6, 2019. The recommended action that the special committee of the whole agenda for February 6, 2019 be approved as presented. A mover, Councillor LaRose, seconder, Councillor Sandema, all in favor. Okay. And I will now, as it is a Finance and Corporate Services section, turn it over to Councillor Vadeboncoeur.
Thank you, Worship. So on desk is an amended report that has some very specific details. It's quite a lengthy report. So what I'll ask is perhaps our treasurer can just go through and hit the highlights of the report, and then we'll start our discussion. So, Madam Treasurer, if you could proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before you is the town's 2019 operating and capital budget draft number 4. Some of the information in the report I think you've probably seen and heard from me in terms of summarizing the information. So in terms of some of it, I'll just skim over it briefly. In terms of where we're at and how we got here. So the process began in June with Council's direction that staff bring forward a budget that follows the municipal price index calculation of 2.75%. And after we took into consideration a conservative estimate for our current value assessment growth, that we bring a budget and present it to Council at no more than a 2.25% tax increase. So staff have done that, and in terms of the operating budget and the process that we've taken until this evening, there hasn't been any changes made to that initial draft budget, so it still remains at a town budget increase of $225,000 or a potential 2.25% tax impact. The 2019 capital budget as well as the 2020 capital budget, there have been some minor changes between the first and the fourth draft that's in front of you this evening, but it still does remain at the capital base budget included in our 2019 and 2020 budget of $1.15 million. Under the analysis section, in terms of major drivers of these budget changes, I'll quickly go through some of the major budget changes. Salaries, wages, remuneration, and benefits. We're looking at a potential tax impact of $204,000 or 2%. There's a compensation review budget line item for $100,000 or 1%. The Champlain Road and Main Street loan repayment is a new annual loan repayment that is included in our budget. What we've done to stabilize any tax rate increase related to those debt repayments is to fund it from our asset management reserve for a period of up to 2 years until such time as the fire hall debenture for the fire hall and the fire truck aerial is repaid in full, and that way we can keep those funds in the debt repayment program and allocate it to these two new debts related to Champlain Road and Main Street. So that would basically cancel out any impact on our budget discussions for 2019. In terms of increased shared contracted services, we're looking at $39,000 increase, and that's basically to correct the budget and reallocate some salaries that were in the previous year's budget and put it into contracted services instead for our shared human resources agreement. Computer and IT infrastructure investment, we're looking for a $25,000 increase. as well as preventative road maintenance materials and supplies, about a $16,000 increase. Economic Development Corporation of North Simcoe is also looking for an increase. Currently, we contribute to that organization 0.5% of our levy, and they're asking for a 0.75% of our levy. And we do understand that the County of Simcoe is in discussions right now. We just haven't received any details on an economic development contribution that they had given us in the past. We thought was over, but I believe they're going to continue to provide that economic development contribution to the 4 municipalities that fund EDCNS. So it does reduce the net impact of EDCNS increase in their annual request. The library's contribution, there's about a $10,500 increase over the previous year, which is a 0.1% tax impact. And then other increases that would offset these major budget changes are increases in revenue just related from general revenues, increased lottery and provincial offenses revenues, about $25,000. We have offset transit operations in 2019 with our transit reserve to stabilize that as well. We did just receive notification that our transit provincial gas tax agreement contribution has increased to 2019 to about $84,000. So certainly any transfer from reserves, we only do at year end if needed. We've also budgeted for a net increase in tax penalties, write-offs, and supplemental and omitted tax billings of about $48,000, as well as a transfer from a reserve related to service delivery review of about $50,000. Our estimated assessment growth, when we originally prepared this back in September, was a conservative but on par with historically what we've been seeing of about 0.7% or $70,000. And I'll talk a little bit later on during the report about the actual results that we have received and in the 2019 returned roll and how that affects the decisions that Council needs to make this evening. So as I said, the total town operating and capital impact is $225,000 or 2.25% potential tax impact. OPP, we've offset that increase of $34,000 and change. We've offset it by an transfer from the OPP reserve to stabilize that particular increase. So the net impact is almost $16,000 or 0.16% potential tax impact. Overall being $241,000 or 2.41%. So as I mentioned, we did get our actual return assessment roll for 2019. Historically, we don't get it prior to budget approval. That's why we always just budget our conservative estimate. But now with actual information that I can bring to you this evening, the actual assessment growth was 3.3%. So that's a difference of what is actually included in the budget of $265,000. So there are some scenarios. Actually, I'll speak to that a little bit later in the report, but there are some scenarios on what staff is recommending that we do with this actual assessment growth. So under financial implications, the 2019 budget is broken down for Committee of the Whole by section as well as departments and divisions. If anybody has any questions specifically pertaining to any division or department, certainly senior managers are here and can speak to any of those questions, as well as the rate-supported departments are included in the financial summary by section as well. I think, as we mentioned at the last budget review meeting, there are some additional budget requests that, for Council's consideration, that have not been included in the 2019 budget. There are 5 of them, and they are related to the library. $24,500 is an additional request for funds to increase their staff. The Severn Sound Environmental Association, an additional $7,630 to fund the invasive species program. There's $10,000 related to contracted snow removal, which is related to increasing the level of service for winter maintenance for the Peel Street sidewalk, Robert Street West to Simcoe Street, and the walkway and staircase adjacent to the Canada House parking lot. The Main Street Celebration event is proposed at a budget of $10,000, and it's a summer event to celebrate our new Main Street, and staff is recommending that it could be funded from the Council Contingency Good Idea Fund. Therefore, there would be no tax implications in 2019 related to that item, as well as the final item, which is Battle of Georgian Bay, a contribution of $7,500 to host a battle in our community in August 2019. And again, staff is recommending that it be funded from the Council Contingency Good Idea Fund for some carry forward funds that were unused in 2018. So the first 3 items related to library, SSEA, and contracted snow removal, the net cost of those items are about $42,000, or a potential net tax impact of 0.4%. So some of the new information that I'm going to present this evening is related to Council's decisions related to the budget, as well as the overall tax impact from our actual assessment growth, and what the decisions surrounding the budget will result to our taxpayers and our residents in terms of actual tax increases related to their property tax bill. So as I mentioned, the estimated CVA growth was about $70,000 in draft 1 of the budget. And since we've received our actual returned roll, and we know that due to a lot of the housing developments that have taken place, the growth for 2019 came in at 3.3%. And those additional funds can be used for again, I might add, it's new taxation, so it's not increasing anything related to current taxpayers. This is new taxation from growth that could be used for operational financial impacts due to that growth. For example, funds for increased labor costs, materials and supplies, preventative road maintenance, and contracted services to maintain and or increase our levels of service. So if you look at attachment number 3 that was sent electronically, or in terms of the package that's before you, the very last one, I just wanted to present some information and a picture on what the current value assessment actual growth means to our 2019 budget, and how it will impact the tax bill when we look at just our municipal levy for town purposes and OPP purposes. So in terms of where we are today, we're presenting a budget with a tax impact of 2.25%. So if we were to we're recommending that $265,000 would be budgeted in 2019 as a transfer to reserve. Council would direct staff at a future meeting on the ultimate allocation of these funds, and that's due to the fact that in previous conversations, specifically the 2017 surplus report, there were some things that are going on that were discussed in terms of legal expenses that need to be considered, compensation review that needs to be considered. Certainly debt repayment is something that's important to everyone, as well as transfer to our asset management reserve. So because staff has been directed to bring back a report in the future when some of these items and amounts are known, this amount could also be included in that report. Council could then direct staff on the allocation of all of the funds, including this this transfer to reserve of $265,000. What it means for the taxpayer in terms of our tax rates, we're currently at 2.25%, and when you look at the growth and the new assessment that we're applying these tax rates to, the OPP tax rate is actually going to drop by 3.2%. Overall, the municipal levy council would be looking at for town and OPP would be 1.4%. And that translates into about $13.64 per $100,000 of current value assessment. So on average, if a home is valued at $400,000 in assessment, I guess the average taxpayer would be looking at approximately a $50 or $52 tax increase on their tax bill over the previous year. Now, also keeping in mind when the county and the province's education tax rates come out, we typically receive those at the end of March, and we bring forward the actual impact on the residents' tax bill to set our tax rates in April. Because the southern portion of the county is growing at a faster rate than the northern end of the county, even though the county is looking at a 2% budget increase in 2019, historically, and certainly we're anticipating the same thing for 2019, that those tax rates would reduce and impact the residents' taxpayers by approximately $7 per $100,000 of CVA. So if we're looking at the total potential tax increase overall, based on staff's recommendation, we're anticipating that the overall potential tax increase would be 0.4% to the taxpayer, or $6.28 per $100,000 of CVA. In the report, and as well as in the attachment, I've also presented two other scenarios for Council's consideration at 2.7% CVA growth, so basically only using a portion of our actual growth in terms of funding municipal requirements, to the scenario 3, which would be somewhere in the middle, which would be 3%, using 3% CVA growth. Finally, I will just briefly mention the 10-year capital plan that is presented this evening and in front of you. Because it was initially prepared in September and staff are learning new information and getting more accurate information, there were minor changes done to this particular draft before you, and I'll just highlight the ones that are highlighted in orange were already presented to council in December, and that was our draft 3. And the new items that were amended for draft number 4 tonight are highlighted in yellow. And there's 3 projects. So they're in 2019, and they're related to Public Works and Water and Wastewater. So the new salt dome for the Roads Division was increased as it was presented to council at a previous meeting, and council did approve the overage amount to the total project. So the Director of Public Works increased that project to $365,000 from development charges. The other project that was slightly amended was the Ojibwe Landing Ecological and Human Health Risk Assessment. And as well, that was increased to $101,995 through development charges, as well as about approximately $2,500 in taxation. The final project is a new project related to water and wastewater network security upgrades, water contributing 50% as well as wastewater contributing 50%, $25,000 each for a total project of $50,000. And that is related to recent information and work that the water and wastewater departments have met with Aramosa as well as CompuSolve, as the Director of Public Works as well as myself, and it's related to recent cybersecurity issues and vulnerability security issues that we feel is needed to be addressed immediately in terms of the water and wastewater SCADA network, and separating it from the corporate IT infrastructure network. Based on the experts that have reviewed it, we feel this is something that needs to be done in 2019. I think I've summarized everything, so I guess at this point I'll turn it back over to the chair to start any discussions or questions for staff.
Thank you, Madam Treasurer. So when you were referring to the orange and the yellow highlights, you were referring to the electronic versions, because the hard copy versions that we have on desk only have yellow on them. So
I apologize. It is the one in the same document. I think the Xerox just didn't quite capture the yellow and the orange.
So
differently.
Everything on our documents are all yellow. So the other yellow ones were just to ignore, or they were dealt with.
They were presented in December. Unfortunately, they were omitted in the first attachment that was sent to you, which is why the clerk republished. So the electronic version is the one that I just discussed. And I apologize for the color quality on the hard copy.
Okay, thank you, Madam Treasurer. So any questions that anybody has on the overview presentation at this particular point? Councillor Cummings?
Chair, through to the Treasurer, just wondering on the wastewater security upgrades. That's a total of $50,000 for those upgrades. Is that true? Like it says $25,000 in the wastewater and then $25,000 in the water.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cummings. Councillor Levy?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Through to Carrie, I'm not aware of any backtracking the county is doing on EDCNS regarding funding. Could you perhaps specify, or perhaps the mayor might know where that stands?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Levy. The CAO brought it to my attention that there was information at the last EDCNS board meeting, And the information that I received, again, we haven't received anything formal from EDCNS or from the county, but it was information that was passed along to me from through the treasurer in Tay Township from Robert Lamb, the CAO.
Further to that, if I may, supplementary, I would ask what Robert told you that amount might be.
I don't believe that there was an amount. So,
Okay, so
I
it's-
think what I was told was that the county will be contributing economic development money. The amount and how it's being distributed is unknown at this point in time.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Madam Deputy Mayor?
I'm going by memory, but I thought it was 12,500, because they are cutting back on a scale.
Through you, Mr. Chair, through to the Deputy Mayor. I think staff need to seek some clarification from the county, but my understanding, and again, I'm hearing this through a colleague of mine at another municipality at Tay, is that the county, through their budget deliberations, did approve some additional funding for economic development for the municipalities, and in this case, would, in the case of North Simcoe, would contribute to EDCNS. I'm just not certain what those dollars are. We haven't received correspondence through the county or from EDCNS, but certainly we will seek clarification on that in response to Councillor Levy's question.
Thank you, Mr. CAO. Madam Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, there was a lot of discussion. There was 800 and some odd $1,000 that was split in half, and $50,000 was going to be allocated to each municipality. I don't know if that's one and the same. It very well could be, but that we have to apply for it, and it was for something extra within the municipality. There were not a lot of guidelines that went along with that. It was just something that was brought up at the last minute. So I'm going by memory here, but it was an amount of $50,000 that was to go to each of the 16 municipalities. The parameters around how we spend that money, I cannot shed any light on that, but you may want to look into that as well. Mr. Mayor, you were there. Were you there at that? Doug, do you remember that?
It seems to me, yes, that was the amount that was going to be given to each municipality. Yeah,
Yeah.
that it was the amount that was going to be given to each municipality and that they had to account for it.
Yes.
Thank you. Any further questions on the overview? Okay, seeing none. So we have a couple of items in front of us. We have, the first is some additional budget requests that have not been included in the 2019 draft. And then we have the 2019-2020 capital budget with a whole list of items and some changes. And Madam Treasurer, was it your request that that council deal with the extra growth in the assessment tonight as well, and make a decision with respect to one of the three options that you've put forward? Is that that's part of our discussion tonight as well?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. So we
Thank
have
you.
three topics to discuss tonight. The first is the operating budget changes. The second is the capital and the list of capital, and the third is the assessment changes and what to do with the dollars that have been generated through the increased assessment. So, do we have any suggestions in terms of the order that we want to deal with this? Should we can deal with them in the order? Oh, Councilor Rose. That's the first item that our treasurer went through. So we have 5, is that with agreement with everybody that we deal with the operating budget changes? So those are in the report, and there were 5 requests there. And as the treasurer outlined, 2 of them have a taxation impact, 3 of them have a taxation impact, and 2 of them do not. So we'll kick off the discussion. I guess we'll start with number 1, is the library proposed increase for the library. Any questions or comments with respect to that? Madam Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted an explanation. I think when we had our discussion, this was for extra staff, but did it have something to do with our library that's at Georgian Village and programming that's going to go on at the library itself? We have the librarian with us, so perhaps she could enlighten us if that's...
Through you, Mr. Chair, if I can just direct council, if you have your binders in front of you, I could direct you to page 221 of 229. I'm sure that's what Cindy's going to speak to, but it provides the explanation that was provided, that Cindy provided through the budget notes document. So again, that's page 221 of 229.
So to answer your question, the request for extra staff is to address the increase in activity at the library, the increase in programming, although it's not directly for a programmer, it's for programming, whether that programming exists at the library, at Georgian Village, as I explained in December, at a park. It doesn't really matter. We can take our show on the road now, and we often do. But we do require to have so many people in the library, so we have to have additional staff available to us for that type of thing as well. We are adding a totally new collection and hopefully new services for our First Nations, Métis, and Inuit communities. And we are beginning that in 2019, and we are hoping that that will make a partnership that also requires some additional staff time. We hope it's successful, and so as a result requires additional staff time.
Councilor Rose?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Cindy, just while you're there, when you were talking about the First Nations one, do we have the same basic agreement with them as we do with the Township of Tiny for funding?
No. No, we don't have an agreement with our First Nations. We are just trying to include them as part of our community because we have First Nations represented in our community. If I can expand on that a little bit for clarification, we offer programming to children, we offer programming to adults, we offer programming to seniors, to the French-speaking members of our community, Spanish and German too, visually limited. This is just another demographic of our community that we want to service.
Any other questions on the library proposal? So I just had a brief conversation with the clerk prior to the meeting, and we talked about how to proceed in dealing with these changes. So she's going to keep a list. However, as we move through them, if we can have a mover and a seconder to add them to the budget, and then we would take a vote, and then she would compile a list, and those that are not successful will go on another list. So if we could proceed on that basis, then we'll do that. And I see the mayor has put his hand up, so I'll defer to the mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I would gladly move that this be added to the budget.
We have a mover. Is there a seconder Councillor Klug. Any further discussion on this motion? Sorry, Councillor Rose.
Thank you. Just to reiterate, as I had said back in December, I think this is an absolute huge upgrade in service that we didn't plan on, that we didn't think about. We sent the marching orders basically to staff at that time for 2.25%. We've asked all the other departments to be somewhat close to that or reasonable to that. You know, we understand that different projects make those numbers go up and down a little bit, but this was an absolute huge increase, and I just am not comfortable upping the budget to that committee at the rate of, I believe it was 13% or so, when we have asked everybody else to hang out around 2. So I would suggest that we send them back with a very similar type number to the board, and if the board has some very specific things or wanted to graduate this over a 3-year period, 4-year period, whatever, bumping that up a little bit each time, but to take a 13% jump all at once for just a change for the sake of change, you know, just by upping our, you know, what we do is not acceptable for me.
So we have a motion to approve. The clerk has put her hand up, so Madam Clerk.
Just based on those comments, I just want to clarify the motion, because I did read it as though Mayor LaRue was supporting the request for additional staffing, specifically in the amount of $24,500, and that is what was seconded by Councillor Klug. Is that correct? So I have that the request for additional funding from the library in the amount of $24,500 be included in the 2019 budget. Moved and seconded by the two I just mentioned.
That's correct. And then Councillor Rose has, after that motion was read, he has made his comments, and I thought I caught the word refer in his comments. So I'm not sure if in the order, if we even have a motion, he's just made those comments. So at this point, the only motion on the floor, if I understand it, Madam Clerk, is the one that's duly moved and second.
Absolutely.
Okay. Okay. Any other comments? Okay. I'll call for the vote. All those in favor? Any opposed? Carried. So moving on to the next item is the Severn Sound Environmental Association request to fund. And Mr. CAO, is there a detailed sheet on that as well, or is that anybody have any questions? Anybody have any questions on that particular request? It's pertaining to additional funding of $7,630 to deal with invasive species. Madam Deputy Mayor.
This extra request is primarily to fight invasive species. We do have from Andrea, Phragmites, thank you, in our community. I think it's very important that we get a handle on this. It's a very rapid growing invasive species. This was asked of us last year, and this is back here again. Certainly, I think Severn Sound Environmental Association do a great service to us at a very reasonable cost. If we had to be involved with another agency, it would be a lot more. So I'm hoping that Council will look at this favorably and support this additional dollar.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Is that, would you be moving that? Is
I
that?
would, yes, thank you.
Okay.
I'd move a motion.
Okay,
Thank
I'll move
you.
that. And Councillor Levy has indicated she wishes to speak to this as well. No, at this point, we have Mayor LaRue has seconded, so we now have the motion on the floor. So, Councillor Levy.
Okay. I too think Severn Sound Environmental Association does a great job. As far as this dollar amount having much of an impact on invasive species, I think many of us have been around long enough to see the invasive invasive species change from year to year and decade to decade, and it was purple loosestrife, and it was those nasty mollusks that clog people's water pipes and also cleaned the water. And then it was something else. Anyway, they come and go. I too am alarmed to see those Phragmites, mates. In southern Ontario, they're much, much worse along the highways, but I don't think this dollar amount can really have much of an impact unless I were to see what they wanted, how they were going to approach eradicating an invasive species for $7,600. I don't really think we need to buy into this particular program that they're offering.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other comments on this one? So we have it moved by the Deputy Mayor and seconded by the Mayor that the amount of $7,630 be added to the grant for the Severn Sound Environmental Association to deal with the invasive species program. Any further comments? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor? Those opposed? Motion carries. Sorry, we have Councillor Cummings wants to make a point of clarification.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a point of clarification for the library. The motion stands as hiring staff for $24,000. Is it not? That's what the motion says? I heard that it was programming. It was staffing? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chief Librarian. So moving on to the next item is contracted snow removal. So we have a proposal to increase the level of service for winter maintenance of the Peel Street sidewalk and the walkway and staircase adjacent to the Canada House parking lot. So that's an amount of $10,000. Does anybody have any questions or need any clarification on this particular item? I see Councillor Rose and then Councillor Levy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just looking for some clarification as to why all of a sudden we need contracted services for this. Those two locations that they're doing have existed my whole life. I don't know why all of a sudden now we have to have a service, so that would be my question to whoever knew, probably Brian, and just find out why.
Thank you, Councillor. So we'll ask our Director of Public Works if he could respond to that question. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through to Councillor LaRose. This request for contracted snow removal service was brought forward to us by business owners on the main street that front onto this the sidewalk on the main street. It's a sidewalk that's historically been owned by the municipality, and the staircases surrounding the Canada House have been owned by the municipality for many years. However, we've never cleared snow or maintained them during the winter season, probably due to the fact that there's many obstructions on the Peel Street sidewalk side that won't allow us or our equipment to travel on them. So this request for services to have a snow removal contractor come, hand shovel the snow, place sand and salt for traction, and to hand remove snow on the staircases and the sidewalk adjacent to the Canada House parking lot, which hasn't historically been done.
Thank you. Councillor Levy.
I just want a little further clarification because I was very involved in this issue when the merchants were complaining. There's two different issues at play. The first one, the Peel Street sidewalk, goes from the back of Arbors down to Marlins. There is one cement step prohibiting the sidewalk plow to get down there. So they can go this way and they can go this way, but there's one step impeding the sidewalk. So that's one issue, and I don't think that's going to cost very much. The other issue is the Canada House stairs and the walkway, we've never accessed those in the winter. I don't think we have to start now. We just have to find a way that we can get one little piece of sidewalk, considering we have taken on the responsibility of clearing sidewalks town-wide. This is a sidewalk. And the Public Works Roads Division tried to close it for the entire winter. There are people who access their apartments and their businesses. So to me, there's just no question about us figuring out a way to clear that little bit of sidewalk, considering we plow an entire town and every sidewalk, and we can't sort out 100 yards of sidewalk there. So to me, it's a no-brainer. We commit to do it, providing this service, and forget about the Canada House steps and walkway. That's just too difficult with our snow and our ice, et cetera. Anyway.
Thank you, Councillor. Mayor LaRue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Brian, in this estimate, we're also including the pathway that goes from Peel to Maine, and that would not be able to be maintained by the sidewalk plow. And I can't really agree with Councillor Levy on the fact that that pathway should be left undone. It's creates the traffic from Peel Street, and if we have Peel Street parking and people who are going and wanting to go to Main Street, the pathway is the way they're going to go. So I think that clearing the steps at Canada House and the parking down there and having access back up to the Main Street and that pathway, to me, should be part of and done.
Thank you. Further comments? And I see Deputy Mayor's put her hand up. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Brian, I understand that we have been doing some work there this winter. In talking to some of the merchants there, they're very, very happy with what has been taking place. I think we're trying to encourage the businesses on the Main Street to park in the Canada House parking lot. So I think it's very important that we try to keep that pathway open as well as the steps. I know, I agree, sometimes they might be icy and we may not be able to keep them clear at all times, but I think if we put a sign up, use at your own risk, that kind of thing may alleviate any other issues. But it is important. There is parking issues, I guess, on Peel Street, and having the business owners themselves and staff park in the Canada House parking lot, but their big thing is that they have to walk around. So if they had that walkway, it would be easier. So I certainly think $10,000 in the scheme of thing is a very good investment. Anyway, those are my...
Thank you. Councillor Rose.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If Councillor Levy is correct that it's one piece of cement slab in the middle of a sidewalk, we could probably fix that for $1,000 and forget this $10,000. We've never done the steps before, we've never done the pathway before, so I understand that we're doing it this year and fine, carry on, because we're probably in the middle of the contract, but we could redesign the sidewalk, move the sidewalk, make the panels go around. We could do something, because you wouldn't want it to be a problem forever and ever going on. I was just wondering whether they would do better to look to some part-time people or some of the people that we have helping in the summertime that we hire, the part-timers. Transitional people. Would that be a project that they could probably do for a couple of $1,000 as opposed to a full rip 10 grand and drive a sidewalk plow around it forever? I mean, if a contractor can do it, we have equipment as well.
Any further comments? I just had one question when I first looked at this, and I was thinking about the area. Certainly, I was familiar with what we've been talking about, but I also had been approached by some members of the Presbyterian Church across the street, and there's a sidewalk there, and I know we do maintain the sidewalk, but there's a series of steps that lead from the parking area, the perpendicular parking up to the church. And the church said that they're happy to maintain the pathway into the church, and they recognize the town maintains the sidewalk, but who's responsible to maintain those steps on the other side of Peel Street? So I don't know if that's come up in the conversation, Mr. Director, at all with respect to those steps that are on the east side of Peel leading into the church. Anybody make a request on that?
I don't recall recently, Councillor Vada Boncour, but I know it has come up in the past regarding the maintenance of those stairs for sure. Absolutely.
And my understanding is that because of the people that park there going to church on that perpendicular parking, they do tend to use those stairs quite often because that's the only access into the church from that particular area. So in terms of utilization of steps where the Canada House may not be used as often, I can see those ones being used at least once a week, if not more often, because of the church. So I just mentioned that. I saw a hand here. Sorry, Councillor Sanama.
Just a question directed to Brian, if possible. What are your comments as far as one, can the sidewalk be fixed so that the sidewalk machine can do the job? And if so, any idea what the cost would be to do it?
Thank you, through the chair to Councillor Sanama. From our view of the sidewalk and the width of our sidewalk plow, the physical sidewalk itself adjacent to the Main Street business owners would have to be physically widened. There are more than one obstruction. There's staircases, there's gas meters, various other things. There's actually a service delivery elevator going through the sidewalk as well. So there are a number of obstructions that would hinder us and our equipment, the existing equipment we have, to maintain it to a standard that would meet the minimum maintenance standards that we are bound to meet. So there's physical alterations to that sidewalk. We do have plans to reconstruct Peel Street in I believe 3 or 4 years in our capital plan, but in the meantime, it would require physical alteration to physically widen and eliminate these obstructions. We've done what we can in terms of scraping the snow off and helping where we can, but to actually physically remove the snow, the ice, to actually apply sand and salt and maintain it properly, we need to actually physically have to get somebody there to hand remove the snow.
Thank you. Mayor LaRue?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Brian, the steps across the way that Councillor Vaudemoncoeur was referring to that are actually on town property and should probably be maintained by the municipality. You mentioned earlier that because of the obstructions and things on the sidewalk side of Peel Street, the merchant side, that a lot of it, a good part of it, has to be hand-bombed or hand-shoveled. Would it be possible, if we go with this, that we could have the contractor include the steps leading up to the church?
Through to Mayor LaRue, that could be certainly included in the contracted maintenance for that section of sidewalk for sure.
Thank you. Just a comment. I was really encouraged to hear that the reconstruction of Peel Street is scheduled in the 3 to 4 year time horizon. I would assume that would be a complete rebuild, so sidewalks, infrastructure, curbs, et cetera, et cetera. So in the fullness of time, we're really dealing with a temporary situation until such time as we have the reconstruction and things are put in place on a permanent basis to deal with these obstructions and some of the limitations. So that's good news. I was happy to hear that. I was going to raise that as part of our discussion on the 4-year capital. So if we're dealing with this, we may be dealing with it for a short period of time until such time as these matters, these physical challenges get resolved. So are there any other questions or comments on this? I see Councillor Cummings and then Councillor Cummings and then Madam Deputy Mayor. Councillor Cummings.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through to Brian. Has there been any thought given to transitional workers?
We did look at reviewing and the use of transitional workers. The availability and the need to regularly maintain the sidewalks, there was some concern about the consistency of the application, whether it would pose a liability in terms of gaps in service, whereas a contractor being hired on a regular basis would have a set schedule. So there was concerns raised regarding the use of transitionals in that respect.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just clarification, Brian, is it Public Works that is doing the work, that has been doing the work to date, or have we actually hired outside services to do this work?
Through to the Deputy Mayor, we have done what we can, considering our resources and our equipment. But I would say that we wouldn't need to physically alter that sidewalk to actually do a proper job to maintain the sidewalk.
Thank you.
So, yes, Councillor Sanama.
Sorry, just one other comment or question. And I raise it based on what the mayor indicated. If we are to clear the steps for one church, are we setting ourselves up that we should be clearing steps for other churches that are in a similar situation?
Mr. Mayor?
I honestly don't believe, Councillor Sandema, that it would be setting a precedent because the stairs in question are on town property. We're not going on church property to clean steps. The steps are down on Peel Street that go up to the sidewalk. And so that is all town-owned.
Madam Deputy Mayor?
Sorry, but there are steps in front of St. Anne's Church that are on town property as well. They're not used in the wintertime, but there is certainly a plan to have all of those steps repaired in the next year or two, and they will be coming to us because that is our property. So that'll create discussion in itself. That's not today or next week, but it will be coming within the next year, just for info.
So thank you, Councillor Rose. So I think maybe we'll try to wrap this up.
Yep.
Maybe we'll give you the last comments on this, Councillor.
Just a last comment. I believe if our Public Works crew has been able to do it in this winter, I don't have an issue. It's only going to be a short time thing for another couple of years till they do the road. And I would suggest that we not do the steps. Just because it does open us up, we are looking at those places. Those places don't pay municipal taxes to begin with, so for us to be offering an upgraded service is not a good idea in my mind.
Thank you. So we have the matter before us is to add $10,000 to the budget so that the walkway, the Peel Street sidewalk, walkway, and staircase adjacent to Canada House parking lot can be cleaned of snow and ice. Do I have a mover to add that to the budget? Is there a mover?
I will move.
Thank you, Your Worship. Is there a seconder? Okay, the Deputy Mayor second to put it on the table. Any further discussion? So, show of hands. Oh, sorry, Madam Clerk.
Just for clarity, just want to read the motion just to ensure everybody knows what they're voting on, if that's okay. That the requested amount of $10,000 to provide contracted snow removal to increase the level of services for winter maintenance of Peel Street sidewalk and stairs and Canada House parking lot stairs be included in the 2019 budget.
Yes, that's my understanding. If
I don't call them church stairs specifically because they're just Peel Street stairs. And I'm sure that's probably the only set of stairs on Peel Street.
Mr. Mayor, is that, you moved the motion, is that reflective of what you intended? Thank you. So having heard the motion, all those in favor? Those opposed? The motion is defeated. Okay, moving on to the next two items.
Mr. Chair, that was the motion that had the stairs added, correct? Okay, thank you.
So the next two, they do not have a tax impact, and I was thinking that perhaps with the will of council, we could deal with them together. Is there anybody that would like to see them dealt with separately, or can we deal with them together? Does this see some nods? Okay, so we'll deal with number 4 and 5 together. Are there any comments on either one, or any questions on either one of these two items? Seeing none, may I have a mover then to add these? So I have Councillor Mayotte and a seconder, Councillor Levy. So any further comments on these two? Madam Clerk, is it clear in terms of what the motion would read?
I would say that the request for funding for the Main Street Celebration event in the amount of $10,000 and the Battle of Georgian Bay contribution in the amount of $7,500 be included in the 2019 budget.
Thank you. I think that's a fair reflection. So having heard, Madam Treasurer, did you want to add a point of clarification on that?
Those two amounts are to be included in the budget as well, but the funding of them also needs to be identified and approved by council.
So Madam Clerk, if you could just amend the motion to include the funding that...
Where the funding would be coming from?
Where the funding would be coming from. So as outlined in the Treasurer's report. So is everybody clear on what that would be? Okay, so we're all clear. Any further questions or comments? All those in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, motion carries. Okay, so those are the operating budget items. So, Worship?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There is a concern with, say, the library and the Severn Sound amounts in approximately $32,000 impacting our tax percentage. And I'm wondering if I could recommend, since the 3.3 CVA growth and the 265,000 that is being transferred to reserve or being requested to transfer to reserve, that we couldn't take that 32,000 from that 265.
Your Worship, I think that's a good idea. However, I would suggest if you want to just hold that idea for a bit, and we'll go through the capital budget, and we'll see if there's any changes that come through in the capital budget that may impact taxation, and we may have some funds that are freed up, and then we have the third item that we're going to be working on voting on is the three options that the Treasurer put forward in dealing with the increased assessment. So if you want to hold on to that idea, and we'll deal with it after we've dealt with the capital program. Thank you. So we're moving on to the hard copy sheets that the Treasurer circulated. So there's quite a list of capital budget items, and we could be here for a while if we decided to go through each one. Maybe if we could just go through and highlight the ones that people want to speak to, and we'll just make a note, and then we'll cycle back and deal with those items. So I'm looking at 2019 and administration, and are in the first three. Are there any there that members of council wish to ask a question or wish to speak to? So this is on these pages here, and we're just going through the list. This was on desk, and we're just going to go through the various categories for 2019, stop at 2020, And members of council, if they want to speak to or ask a question about any one of those items, we'll highlight it and we'll cycle back and start dealing with those. The other ones, it's just assume that everybody's comfortable and we'll proceed. Is that reasonable for everybody? Okay, so the first three under administration, any questions or comments on that one? Those three?
Clarification, Mr. Chair, that's administration, fire, and library?
No, it was just under the administration, the first three
Oh,
items.
just the first three.
I was just going to break them out by each section.
That's 6 point, that was new stuff we got.
Mr. Chair, can we make a suggestion? Maybe just go with the numbered pages in our white binders? It'd probably be a little easier for everybody to follow that way.
I didn't bring my binder, Counselor, so. Yeah, it would have been a great idea had I brought my binder, so. I did my homework, but I'm just working off this, but that's what I thought. Oh, I see. Right. Okay. That's the challenge, so. Yes.
So we're going to go to the pages instead of, yeah.
That they have it listed with an explanation, then everybody is sure of which one we're talking about then?
Okay, I thought it was pretty clear in terms of these ones here, and I thought just the ones that we needed to speak to or whatever, we would be able to go back to, so. What are members of council more comfortable with, dealing with this or dealing with your binders? That's what I was thinking too. Okay, so we're going to deal with this. Makes me feel better. Thanks, Councilor Rose. So, going back to our list, under administration, we have 3 projects there. Any questions or comments on those 3 projects? Okay, seeing none, we move to fire. We have 2 projects under the fire department. Anybody, questions or comments on those 2? So, Councilor Cummings, which one?
H89, replacement of support vehicle.
Okay, so we'll cycle back to that one. So we'll just make a little star beside that one, and we'll come back to it. Okay. Moving on then to the library, the LED lighting upgrades. Any questions or comments? Seeing none. Okay, moving on. Planning and development. We have the signage program, zoning bylaw comprehensive review, the Main Street enhancement, the secondary plan for the town dock, the OP and zoning bylaw review, transfer to reserve, Lucy Street development proposal, joint building permit fee study. Any items? I know I have 2, so Councilor Rose. Secondary plan, town dock.
The joint building permit fee, but that is $946.
Yes. Those are the 2 I had as well. 2. Mr. Mayor, did you have any other items under planning? So I've got 2 items that I've highlighted, so we'll cycle back to deal with those. And under public works, we have a whole series. I'm not going to go through them. Are there any items that anybody would like to ask questions about with respect to the public works? Councillor Cummings?
Thank you. I have 976, more or less question than anything else, which is the top one, Huroney Airport.
Okay.
H951 and M769.
Pickup truck replacement, and what was the other one? M769, what was the other one, Councillor?
H951.
951, okay, and the other pickup, okay. Any other questions on any of the public works projects? So we had three pulled there. 8, oh, pedestrian crossing at Robert Street West, yes.
And a question about 947.
947. County Road 93 multi-use trail. Okay. Anything else on, okay, moving on then to water, wastewater. Any items that members of council wish to ask questions on under water, wastewater? Seeing none, moving on to Public Works Water. Councillor Cummings,
I had H 101.
101. Okay, thank you. Any other, did I see your hand, Madam Deputy Mayor? Okay. Okay, moving on then to Public Works, Recreation Community Services. Any projects that anybody wants to speak to? I have one, and that's H925, and it's more of a broader question, but I'll start it with that as well. Anything else under Recreation and Community Services? 916. Okay. That's number the third from the top. The wharf structure, concrete wharf. Long-term repairs. Any other projects? 924. Champlain. And, okay. Oh. 95.
The last one on the next page.
Oh, sorry. Uh, 953.
Top of the next page.
Yeah, I thought, Councilor Rose, I thought you had a question on a public works item dealing with a sidewalk on McGuire. Did you?
I can't read this small print to see where the heck it is now, so we'll go the other way and find it next.
Okay, so as we go through, if there's something that jumps out, then just raise it at that time. So I think we've got everything under 2019. So we'll cycle back, and the first item was under fire was the replacement of the support vehicle, project H-89, and I believe Councillor Cummings had a question about that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just looking at the replacement of the C3 vehicle. There was a truck given, or the van given a couple years ago or last year. Is that the replacement vehicle you're looking at, Paul?
So we're looking to replace the van that's used as a support vehicle.
Okay.
It's 12 years old now, so it's long past our asset management life of 7 years old. It's got about 180,000 kilometers on it. And the van costs us a great deal of money to keep on the road, so it's time to replace that. The object of that being a support vehicle, instead of using the 3/4 ton, which has got the skid load for forest fighting and that, sending firefighters to the fire college or outside the municipality or day-to-day work of myself or the Deputy Chief Fire Prevention Officer, then we'd be upgrading a vehicle that would provide that support to the department.
Okay, thank you. And just one comment, we can get rid of 4 items. You'll notice that I've picked every vehicle that needs to be replaced this year. It just seems that every vehicle needs to be replaced in the same year. We've got no vehicles being replaced next year, other than the one of the pumpers. And I'm just wondering why we have to deal with $360,000 this year and nothing next year for vehicles. Is there not a schedule that we can develop or get our heads together as far as a fleet reschedule program or replacement program going? That was my question on all of these vehicles.
Thank you, Councillor. Madam Treasurer or the CAO, did you want to speak to that question? I think the Councillor is seeing if it's possible to develop a vehicle replacement schedule. Sorry, I'll direct that to the Director of Public Works. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through to Councillor Cummings. I can't speak to all of the departments, but I know the replacement schedule for our our public works fleet. We do have a number of items, vehicles and pieces of equipment up for replacement this year. Our goal is to get a best match for maintenance and replacement cost. I know a lot of our equipment far exceeds the asset life cycle for a lot of these pieces of equipment. And as the deputy or the fire chief indicated before, these pieces that are up for replacement are getting costly to keep on the road, and we're incurring a lot of costly repairs, and it is getting time to replace these vehicles because they are becoming high cost for maintenance.
Thank you, Mr. Director. I think Councillor Cummings' other point was just with respect to spreading out the vehicle purchases over multiple years so that there's not a big impact in any one year, that there's that you'll see some being replaced on an annual basis. And this year, I guess, there seems to be a lot. So I think that was his other point as well. Madam Treasurer?
Through you to Councillor Cummings, just based on that comment, certainly that's something that we can look into. We do have a vehicle inventory list of all of our vehicles in terms of ensuring insurance, and we do provide that vehicle schedule to our insurer. So that's certainly something that we can look at as we expand on our asset management plan, which currently has core assets in terms of roads, water, and wastewater infrastructure. We are going to be adding facilities as well as vehicles into our asset management plan. But certainly that's something that we could work with the myself in terms of the template that we already have with senior managers, our asset manager, as well as the condition assessment on them. Once we fill our chief mechanic position, that would be a great project that we can move forward on.
Thank you. So moving on then to the next item is there's questions about the secondary plan for the town dock, and I believe there were a number of council members that had questions on that. Who would like to start? Councillor Levy.
Thank you very much. We did have some discussion about this, must have been a couple months back now. This secondary plan for the town dock lands that the town owns comprise only of the town dock itself and the launch ramp parking lot. I think, and this plan is to have a planning study to show us what we might want to put down there. I would think that this group would agree that if we're not interested in eliminating either the town dock parking lot or the launch ramp and parking lot, we needn't spend the money on a secondary study to see what's going to go down there. So our decision to have the study done, we should be good and clear we want to eliminate those current uses instead of spending the money for a report that's going to sit on a shelf. So that's my point.
Thank you, Councillor. I believe Councillor Rose, you had a point on this one as well.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I totally concur. I think we've just finished spending $22 million on our sewage treatment plant. Docks are in good shape. We run a somewhat successful business out of down there. We all know what's there. We're not moving anything. We're not going to have any major changes. I don't believe that this is $80,000 well spent.
Councillor Mayotte, and then Deputy Mayor Dubo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with the two councillors that $80,000 to tell us that we've got a sewage treatment plant there. What are you going to do? It's there for life. We just spent X amount of money. I'd prefer to see that $80,000, maybe a new tourist information center. Like, we have to look at that. We've got a bit of a problem there with the hole sinking and all that. I'd prefer to reallocate the money there, or even reallocate the money somewhere else for infrastructure or something. But $80,000, I'm totally against it to tell us we've got a dock luncheon. I mean, a launching ramp. Yeah, we do have a dock ledge there, but, and then we have a sewage treatment plant. What are you gonna do? You can't move it. It's there, and I don't think we have to invest $80,000 to tell us that.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Dubo?
Well, I'm going to argue in the positive. I think you mentioned the TIC office. Well, this would be identified in a proposal, would it not? And there's an opportunity for funding. So, but we have to agree to move forward before we can apply for funding. So, you know, we've done a wonderful job with our waterfront overall. We have Ojibwe Landing that's kind of sitting there in abeyance and probably will sit there for a few years in the future before we really have hardcore discussion on what's going to happen there. Also in the programs, or some of the expenditures in the capital budget are in reference to enhancing our entrance into the park. So I don't know, Andrea, if that study would go that far. Maybe I just ask you for explanation, if I may.
Thank you, Madam. To our director.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Through you to the Deputy Mayor Dubo. I just want to highlight that this was slightly changed and is a new one, where originally it was an $80,000 project, and now we feel that there may be potential funding out there to help offset some of those costs. So it would be a $40,000 municipal contribution and a $40,000 contribution from funding should we be successful in that application. I think in thinking of the town dock lands and the launch ramp, I see it as one of our most valuable assets in the community, and really is underutilized. And I'm not suggesting that the study is going to eliminate parking by any means. I think there's been some comments that would go by the wayside through this study, and I don't believe that would be that's not the intent of the study, is to figure out how to get rid of parking down there. I think the intent of the study was really to take a look at what opportunities exist on that property and how to revitalize that lands. Again, I'm aware that the sewage treatment plant's not going to be moved, but that does not, its location beside the sewage treatment plant does not eliminate the possibilities of other forms of development happening. I see many communities across Ontario and waterfront communities taking a look at their waterfront assets. Midland, Wasaga Beach, Barrie, Aurelia, everybody's examined some of their waterfront assets and really is trying to champion them and make them into something. So I think it's important for the municipality to consider what our vision is for that property and what's our long-term plan, and that's why I propose this study as part of the capital plan for this year.
Mr. Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The fact that actually the town dock and a lot of related facilities and everything down there also fall under the arm of RCS, and I was just wondering if maybe our Director of Recreation would have any comments on it.
Thank you, Your Worship. I concur with everything that Andrea has said. I think that Georgian Bay waterfront is prime opportunity for the town to look at different utilization of it, and is there ways of optimizing more revenue generation, look at economic development impact, bringing new business to town through the use of that land. That's not my area of expertise. It belongs to planning and development, but I certainly would be interested to see how we could better utilize that space. I know the question was brought forward about the RCS project for the gateway into the park, and I'm not sure, Andrea, if we can address that through this study, but I think it was a good point brought forward by council, whoever brought that forward. A way of tying our beautiful park, our beautiful Main Street all together, that join at Georgian Bay, which is one of our prime assets.
Thank you. Your Worship.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The other thing I'm looking at here is that, for example, some of the members of council, and I know in particular that Councillor Mayotte indicated it was an $80,000 expenditure, but on the other hand, looking at this, it's 40,000 taxation, the other 40 is from subsidy. So.
Thank you. Councillor Cummings, and then Councillor Sadama.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm looking at that monies right now and looking at the underpinning going at the dock and how much we're going to spend on repairing that particular area of the dock. That could run us up in that area. And I think it probably would be better saved for that type of contingency than to do a plan at this stage.
Thank you. Councillor Sadama, and then Councillor Rose.
Just a question, like the subsidy, is that, what's the subsidy from? I'm curious.
No, it's funding. We have to apply.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Sanama. So we have knowledge of some funding applications through the province. Specifically, it's called the Tourism Development Fund from the Ministry of Culture, Tourism and Sport. It is a development fund where they would fund the study, or 50% of the cost of the study, to help us hire a consultant to do that work. So it's a grant.
And on that, sorry, not guaranteed, obviously. And on that note, and again, this is inexperience on my part, but is $80,000 a reasonable amount to pay for these sorts of studies?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Sanama, that's absolutely an appropriate number. I know it sounds like an extreme expense, but the type of technical work that's needed for some of this that'll input to the study does start running up. And so, I mean, I'm sure there are many examples. In my career, I've seen many examples of master plan studies like this being much more cost. The Midland Bay Landing master plan study that Midland did a couple years ago was probably double this for its project.
Thank you. Councillor Rose.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was going to save my rant for a little later, but we're going to do part of it now. Over the last 25, 30 years, this town has spent an incredible amount of money in that waterfront park. So when I hear that we're underutilizing, there isn't a waterfront community within 50 miles of here that has used their waterfront as good as us. You go to walk to any of those places, our waterfront is absolutely gorgeous. Yes, we just did do our main street. Yes, our docks are fairly new. So in our mind, to me, we basically know what's going to happen in between there. We haven't looked at what the cost is. So let's say we do get our $40,000 grant and we're only out 40 grand. And it's going to tell us to go spend $1.6 million, $2.5 million. Are we prepared to listen to the answers? Are we prepared to act on them? Because if not, what's going to happen, like everybody knows, we're going to collect that study, someone's going to file it somewhere, and no one's ever going to find it 5 years from now when a different council's sitting here. Well, didn't they do a study on that? So unless we are ready to start committing to that kind of dollars, there's no use saying, geez, I really, really want a new Lamborghini, but I just don't have the money to buy one. So why are you bothering, right? So when you look back in our sheets, since 2012 to 2018, our debt went from just over $6 million to just over $16 million. So all we're doing on here with our budgets for debt is just servicing the payments. There's no mention once of saying, hey, let's take a chunk of capital money and pay down a chunk of our debt. Our debt is only going up. So we go from 6 million to 16 million, and now we're going to fund a study that's going to say, hey, we've never been to your town dock only to come here to do the study, but this is what you should do. So, hey, some expert said so, so yeah, we'll believe them and we'll do that, and it's only going to spend another $2 million. So at this point, not interested at all.
Thank you, Councillor. Madam Deputy Mayor.
Well, we have always prided ourselves in this community of having projects ready to go when funding's available. And this is part of it. The other thing that I wanted clarification on was if we applied for funding and we didn't get, then the project dies, correct? The project would not move forward with the costing of $80,000 to the municipality because we've only are agreeing to a $40,000 expenditure. Is that correct? If somebody could answer that question?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Deputy Mayor Dubo, that is how I've anticipated this project rolling out. Should we not be successful in that funding, I don't believe $40,000 will be enough capital dollars to do this study in the fullness that it needs to be done. So it would not go ahead.
Thank you.
So we've had good discussion on this particular project. So we have had some interest in seeing it removed from the proposed 2019 capital budget. Those that led the discussion, does anybody want to put a motion forward to have it removed from the budget? So we have a mover and a seconder, so Councillor Levy and Councillor Mayotte. So Councillor Levy moves it and Councillor Mayotte second. So basically it would be to remove this project from the budget. That's my understanding of what you're requesting. Okay, any discussion on the motion? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor of removing this particular project from the budget? In favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. So moving on to the next one, is the joint building permit fee study, and I think Councillor Rose, you noted this one, and as did I. So I'll let you proceed with your comments or questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Which one was this? Oh, the joint building permit fee one, yes. I'm just wondering whether staff has considered, what I thought was a good idea was, I don't believe that this is very onerous. Most of this information is published online. It's not that hard to come by. I wonder if we would do better to pull that, make this a joint cooperation study done with all 4 municipalities. Maybe see about getting a grant for a university student during the summer. They could compile all the information, find out that ours is $1.15 a foot and somebody else's is $1.17. Take that information to the appropriate directors or the CAOs. They can sit down and say, okay, everybody's going to move to whatever the new number is. This initiative was looked at approximately 12 years ago with some of the building things in the 4 municipalities. And it actually worked very well. The building inspectors got together, they picked one item, and at that time it was a deck. So then they made all the rules for all the decks in all the municipalities, all identical. And then it just made it easier for everybody. You knew you need a 2x8 here, you need a 2x10 here, and it just made it so much better. And I just wonder, instead of, again, doing a great big study, one person compile it up, get it together, do it with all 4 municipalities.
Thank you, Councillor. That's a very good idea. I'll go to Councillor Levy, and perhaps if there's a response to that suggestion, we'll hear it then. So, Councillor Levy, did you want to?
Basically, pretty much what Councillor LaRose has said. We have been, over the years, keeping close tabs on what our fees are. We have been making sure that we're in alignment with, Midland for sure, but with Tiny and Tay. We have been looking at other municipalities and where we fit in over the years. It's been an ongoing process. I don't think we have, and now, of course, it's easier than ever because every municipality has their information online. So you go to everybody's building department, click on fees, you've got it. So I can't see this being a $25,000 project. I see this more as a summer student or the new intern in the planning department could compile this information if possible. But I think we can very easily have a quick review in-house. Thank you.
Thank you. I might as well put my 2 cents worth in here, and then we can hear what staff has to say. So, when I looked at this and when I saw joint, I thought that we'd be sharing with the town of Midland, and they'd be kicking in their $25,000 as well for $50,000. And I thought that's quite expensive for a building permit building permit fee study. Certainly, I've been involved in these types of studies, and as been mentioned, they have been done in-house. And I was just wondering, from a standpoint of this study, what extras would be added that would require $50,000. Similar to what Councillor Rose said, the last study that I was familiar with is that the chief building official described a house, I think it was 2,200 square feet, 2 bathrooms, finished garage, described it in detail, and then sent that around to the municipalities and said, for a house of this size, these type of fixtures, 2 washrooms, et cetera, what would you charge? And so it was done on that basis in terms of looking at the charges that a house like that would generate, so that, looking at it, it would come up with a fee that was relatively competitive with the other municipalities. And as I said, it was done all in-house. It was a little bit more than what Councillor Levy said, because some of the fees, if you just look on the website, can be a little bit deceptive if they're not described properly. But when you get it directly from the municipality, then you know what's being charged. So it just struck me as being a rather expensive undertaking for a project that I thought could be done in-house. So I'm just curious if there's anything value added, and I did sneak a peek here at Councillor Cummings' binder, so I did read a little bit about what was intended. So I did read that material. So I'd be interested in any comments or insights you could provide. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So just a little bit of history. So last summer, the town of Penetanguishene, together with the town of Midland, went through and harmonized our building permit fees. So as part of that, it's similar to what you've spoken to, in that we did a comparison with adjacent municipalities, as well as our own analysis of time and cost it takes to do different applications itself. Through that staff report, we identified that we would be bringing forward to the budget conversations a fulsome study where we would actually hire a consultant to do analysis on the cost associated with actually processing an application, to confirm whether or not our permit fees are reasonable associated to the cost the municipality incurs by those applications. So it's a little bit different than a comparison to see whether or not we're competitive or in line. It actually does take a consultant to go and look at not only staff time, but municipal costs and overheads that are accrued as a part of processing the application, to make sure that we're reasonably recovering or covering our own cost associated with the process of a building permit application. The number of $25,000 or $50,000 total was something that we did estimate based on a recent adjacent municipality who had done this. It was the Township of Springwater, about 3 or 4 years ago, did a full study of their fees and their building permits to make sure that they're reasonably covering the cost. So we're bringing this forward just so you are aware of what it actually costs to take an application through the process, not a comparison in terms of whether or not it's comparative or competitive with other adjacent municipalities. And that type of work is fairly technical and very detailed, so it's something above what a summer student would be able to do. If it was just a comparison, yeah, a summer student could probably prepare something like that, but this is really more of a cost associated with the processing. We've proposed this partially because we have now harmonized fees with Midland, but again, we still don't know if those are appropriate in terms of what the municipality is actually spending to process these applications. And under the building code, municipalities can reasonably recover their costs through application fees, so we wanted to make sure we're doing that, and that was the purpose and intent of the project.
Thank you very much for the explanation. Any other questions on this particular one? Councillor Levy?
Just briefly, since Springwater's already done this, can we not use their information?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Levy. So it is a few years old, so I don't know how applicable it is. And in terms, we have our own sort of costs associated. So they go down to like very many details in terms of paper costs and toner costs and ink cartridges, things like that, that all of that has changed since the last study was done. So however those were calculated, I'm not sure those details would be available to us either. I think they might have done it as a study, but not through the details that we would need to do.
Councillor Cummings, and then I think the CAO wants to make a comment.
Just to comment, that study that was done, it may not be up to date as far as pricing is concerned, but the line items wouldn't change, would they?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm not sure what exactly is available in terms of what we can access. A lot of it was, their study was done by a consultant as well, so I'm not sure if we have those types of details that would be publicly available.
Thank you. And CAO Lees?
Through you, Mr. Chair, just a couple comments, and I'll start with, I think the last question that Councillor Levy asked and Councillor Cummings just touched on as well. It kind of sounds funny, but each municipality, and particularly when you compare a rural community like Springwater that services a multitude of urban centers spread out geographically rather large, in comparison to Penetanguishene, an urban center, the cost, and it sounds funny, but the cost of delivering building services is significantly different in Penetanguishene than what it would be in, say, Springwater or even a water-based community like Georgian Bay Township, where they're out on the water doing inspections. So the costs, it will differ. Certainly, I think it's a good point, though, that Councillor Levy has asked. Should this proceed, I think it's a conversation we should and could have with Springwater to see if we could leverage or utilize and take advantage of anything that they've been able to garner through their study. But I do suspect there would be, some uniqueness to doing something specific for Penetanguishene. My other comment, just relative to, and I'm going to put the treasurer and the director of planning on the spot a little bit here, just around the sustainability of our building department reserve. And I know we've been trending, we've had some good years, but we've also had some bad years. So part of the goal with this study is to really ensure sustainability as we move forward with the fees that we charge, so that we're not having to make some tough decisions down the road to have significant price increases, or even worse yet, dip into taxation dollars to support a department that should really be supported by building fees and charges. So I don't know if Carrie or Andrea can speak somewhat or at a summary level to how we've been trending, because I think that's important, and that's part of the goal with this study.
Thank you. Through you to Committee of the Whole. I don't have all of that information on the top of my head this evening, but certainly the building department is self-sufficient in terms of the building fees pay for that department and the costs associated with that department. On an annual basis, I can't recall what exactly it is they've been transferring into their life cycle reserve, but the current balance, not yet reconciled for 2018, is about $335,000 in that reserve. With the change in from the staffing that the town has done in that department to the shared staffing that we now follow, there were some cost savings, so the reserve was seeing higher surpluses being transferred into that reserve. But as the CAO mentioned, some years we have very little in terms of permits and growth and fees, and the last 2 years we have seen some revenues being transferred in. But there will come a day when those permits drop off and the revenue drops off. And again, I believe what this study will incorporate is the self-sufficiency model that council may have to consider at some point. There are other municipalities that I've spoken to where their building department is partially tax supported. It's not fully self-sufficient in terms of the building rates. So certainly that's something that would be important to include in this project.
Any other questions or comments? So this is a project that is funded entirely from reserves, so it doesn't have a tax impact. I appreciate the director's explanation in terms of what the intent of the study is, and I appreciate that explanation. I still think the amount is really high, like $50,000 for this, I think is excessive, but you'll go through your RFP process and your hiring of your consultant and whatnot, and there's 2 or 3 firms that do this kind of stuff, so you'll be there, and so hopefully it'll come through a lot less expensively than what's shown in the budget, because I think 50,000 is too high. So those are my comments. We've heard another good discussion on this. Is there a mover or seconder to either take this out or reduce the amount, or any other action on this? Do I see any? The deputy mayor wanted to make a comment.
Yes, I'd like to see it stay in. I would support that. I am moving that, yes.
So-
Hey,
Not necessary to keep it in, it's only to remove it that we need,
oh,
so-
did you, okay.
Yeah, just to remove
All
it.
right.
So, Councilor Rose? So we have a mover, do we have a seconder to, and we have Councilor Cummings. So we have a mover and a seconder to remove this project joint building permit fee study from the budget. Any further comments or discussion on this? Okay, it's, Madam Clerk, it's clear what the motion is. Okay, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor? Those opposed? I missed the count there, so what did, so those in favor?
To remove.
To remove.
Yeah,
1,
okay.
2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah.
And those opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, so it's removed. Okay, moving on then to the next item in this, I believe, Councillor Cummings, it was the Huroney Airport capital request, 976, fuel tanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This will go through to Brian, I would assume. Are we assured of the contributions from the other municipalities if we go ahead with this? Because we got Tiny at, sorry, okay, then we can go to the CAO.
Through you to Mr. Chair, I'll answer this because I think that's probably where it was coming anyways. At least I suspect it was, but to my knowledge, I haven't received any confirmation with certainty that the other municipalities have supported it. I do know that I believe Midland was going to be putting it through their budget deliberations, and as was Tiny, but I haven't received any confirmation that it's been approved, because I don't think neither of those municipalities have completed their deliberations. Certainly, both municipalities were going to be proposing it through their process, similar to that of ours. At the end of the day, my suggestion to committee and council here would be that it's really an all or nothing. If we're in a position where only 2 of the 3 or 1 of the 3 have supported it, the project will not proceed.
Thank you, that was my second question.
Councilor Rose?
Just for some clarification, last Thursday while I was at the airport meeting, the airport board had the exact same thing. It's all or nothing, and at that point, all 3 municipalities had it as a placeholder in their budget. So it should proceed, but if it's everybody or nobody.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Mr. CAO. So that's clear in terms of what this project, it's all or nothing. So is any further questions on this particular one? Councillor Clue?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just for clarity's sake, how much do we provide the airport? In full.
As part of our grant. So I'm not sure who that... so maybe we'll direct that question to our treasurer.
Off the top of my head, I believe it's an annual operating contribution of approximately $39,000. A few years ago, council also approved supporting the 4 municipalities supporting loan that the airport took out to repair the runway. So in addition to the $39,000 operating, we also contribute annually approximately $5,500 towards the runway loan. So, again, I'm guessing off the top of my head, but it's about $45,000 a year operating. So this amount is obviously in addition to, and it's been set aside under capital versus operating.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? So, Councillor Cummings, your questions have been answered? Okay, thank you. So moving on then to the next item, and that was a vehicle purchase. And Councillor Cummings, did you have your questions answered earlier when you raised your point about the vehicle replacement schedule?
Yes, I did, Mr. Chair.
So that one dealing with H951 has been answered, and M769 has been answered. And so now moving down to the pedestrian crossing at Robert Street West, and I believe that was Councillor Rose. That's M892, pedestrian crossing at Robert Street West. Councillor?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In all my years on transportation, we've had one complaint that people thought that we should have a crossing there, a physical lit crossing. So I don't think there's a need for it. I travel that way all the time. I've never seen a big issue. The other issue I have with it is that we do have a crossing right now at the bottom of Benson Street and Robert that takes us directly into the park. So I'd rather see that one enhanced than make a new one 100 yards down the street. The other thing coming forward, as much as the deputy mayor doesn't think that too many things are going to happen at Ojibwe Landing, I think our final part of the study is coming through, and something could happen there. And I would not like to see us direct that part of the trail and the crosswalk to a place that we're going to change probably in a couple of years anyway. So I would rather see us just not do that one at all.
Thank you, Councillor. Madam Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That is part of our Trans-Canada Trail, and at different times, I suppose, not 100% of the time, but it is hard to get across there on weekends, especially when people are biking and trying to get across. I agree, there is, the trail does cross Benson, and it does come across, I guess, what used to be the Dupuis store. I kind of agree with you, Councillor, that maybe we should look at not actually at Center Street, but a little bit where the Trans-Canada Trail comes out and keep it consistent to go right across and in front of the gate down there and then into the park. Is that, perhaps we could ask for an explanation from our Director of Public, what they were thinking.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I'll just refer to the Director of Public Works. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through to you, through to the Deputy Mayor. The project was brought forward during last year's budget deliberations. It came forward as a request for a pedestrian crosswalk in the area of Center Street. The relocation of it to closer to the Trans-Canada Trail, or the snowmobile crossing, as is commonly referred to, is not an issue. It would be more trying to provide a connecting link, either through a sidewalk or extension of a trail, to provide a connecting link from the sidewalk on the one side of Robert Street West to the other sidewalk on the other side. So it would be just a matter of extending sidewalk or trail, as the case may be, if council wanted to relocate it.
Thank you. I have Mayor LaRue and then Councillor Levy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm in favor of having this crosswalk, and the reason why is that things have changed over a number of years. We have a waterfront park that is used excessively, and a lot of the people I know and I see coming from the Point Street, Robert Street West areas, coming to walk and walk their dogs or bring their dogs to the park have to cross there. And our sidewalk goes from Main Street down to Center Street on the north side. And then the sidewalk continues from Center Street to Park Street on the south side. So I feel that having a crosswalk connecting those two sidewalks makes a lot of sense. And so I would certainly be in favor of keeping this in.
Councillor Levy and then Councillor Mayat.
I'm of the opinion that we really don't need it. I lived for more than 20 years in the West End, still there regularly, and I have never seen a situation that would make me stop and think, boy, we really need a crosswalk or a light here. It's just, the traffic is just not that bad. If people have to wait for 2 minutes before they cross, then that's not a big deal. They're out for fresh air and exercise anyway.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mayat.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I sort of agree with Councillor LaRose, like if something's going to happen to Dewey Landing in the next 2-3 years, we should maybe wait. But my question to Brian, I guess a two-part question is, you're saying around $50,000. What does this involve, like lights, everything? Because we've got a set of crosswalk lights up on Robert Street that are sitting there doing nothing. Absolutely nothing. Like, if we are going to go ahead with it, what would it cost us to move those lights down there if you are going to do it? Would that be half the price? Just have to build a pad, put the electrical? I don't know. Like,
Through Mr. Chair to Councillor Mayat, the crosswalk you're referring to on Robert Street is which crosswalk again? Sorry,
Thompson Road and Robert.
Thompson's Road and
We've
Robert.
got two
okay.
set of lights up there. They've been sitting there ever since, what was it, CCL? CCL closed. Those lights have been sitting dormant, doing nothing.
I guess that we could take a look at and see if that's possible to relocate those lights. The lights that we're looking at putting at that intersection based on the traffic volumes, we took some traffic volume readings at the location of Robert and Center, actually wouldn't require a full signalized crosswalk. It would be more in line with an activated push button with a sign with the lights that alternate. Would be more what we're looking at this location, and any associated sidewalk improvements for accessibility that we would need to do.
Isn't that what's up on Thompson Road? Hit the button, the light turns and tells you to cross. Like, just curious.
Yeah, the crosswalk on Thompson's Road is more like a full signalized intersection. This would be less involved. It would actually just be a crosswalk, the line painting involved in with that, signs posted for the crosswalk with a push button on the side that would trigger a flashing beacon. It's a less costly alternative than a full signalized intersection, and that's what we're proposing in this instance.
Thank you. Any other comments on this? So, Councillor Cummings.
Thank you. I was thinking about this Center Street and Robert Street, and I go down there a lot. And to me, I don't think the traffic warrants a full crosswalk system. If anything, and I was thinking the other day that even painted lines as the wider crosswalk lines there, people would at least indicate that there is a crossing there. But I don't think there's any need for a full lighted, full crosswalk system.
Any other comments? Councillor Rose.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just then, I would make the motion to remove this one from the budget.
Thank you. Councillor, do I have a seconder for that motion? Councillor Mayat. Any further comments on this? I do have a question for Councillor Rose with respect to the crosswalk at Benson. You had suggested maybe enhancing that. Is that something that can be dealt with separately, or is that something that... Okay, thank you. So we have a motion moved by Councillor Rose, seconded by Councillor Mayotte, that the project dealing with the M892 pedestrian crossing on Robert Street West be removed from the capital budget. Clerk, is that clear? Okay, all those in favor? Any opposed? Carried. Moving on then to the next item, which is M947, County Road 93, multi-use trail. And I believe, Councillor Rose, you had raised that as well.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. This one actually goes into to a number of different ones that I had marked in my binder, but since you're going off the other...
My apologies again, Councillor.
That's all right. The county has proposed a $100,000 starting of the trail, basically what we would call from the Angels going south. Our contribution, I believe, that we have in the budget was $10,000, if I remember, I think, for our share of what they're doing. So when I look at it, we haven't done our Thompson's Road West extension. They haven't done their multi-use trail. So automatically that takes away from where our gateway would be, our entrance would be. Where do we put the Angels? Do we keep them there, not there, until we see what that work is done? So to me, until we fully finish our intersection at Thompson's Road West and Main Street, and until the county puts their $100,000 worth of trail going south from that location, then we could look at it and see what we're doing.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other comments on this one? I see the Treasurer wants to speak to it, and so does the Director of Public Works. So do you want to sort it out who goes first? Treasurer, Madam Treasurer? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think Brian's probably going to say the exact same thing I am, but I'll let him add to my comments. Just to clarify, the town's portion share of this project is $100,000. $10,000 is taxation and $90,000 is from development charges. And I don't know the total cost of the project. Maybe Brian could elaborate.
Thank you. Through the Mr. Chair to Councillor LaRose. The Treasurer's right. Our portion of it is, as outlined in the budget, it's $100,000. The majority of which is going to be, or is proposed to be funded through development charges. Our portion of the trail system is actually a very, very small portion of what is actually going to be built as for the first phase of a 4-phase project that the county is undertaking. Our section between Thompson's Road and I'm just St. Andrews Drive, which is the street coming out of the hospital, is the first phase of this project. The second phase being the installation of a roundabout at the intersection of Highway 93 in Vindend. And phase 3 is going to be the section between St. Andrews Drive and, I believe, Yonge Street. And the phase 4 is going to be Yonge Street to Highway 12. So the first phase of this project, our portion of it is actually based on a lineal meter share of the actual length of the project. So ours is very small comparison to the overall length of the project. And our share is the $100,000, which is being brought forward for council consideration. The design phase of the project is underway right now. The current alignment of the trail is not actually going all the way to Thompson's Road as originally thought. We were actually going to realign it so that it goes in behind the retaining wall, and so that we are avoiding that narrow pathway between the retaining wall and the street to avoid conflicts with traffic, making it a safer trail. So we're actually realigning it so it actually goes up to Murray Road to provide a safer connection. So the connection that Councillor LaRose is referring to at Thompson's Road will not have an impact on what the county's doing, so they could do it. They could do it and not have an impact on our Thompson's Road extension.
Thank you, Madam Treasurer and Director. That clarifies. So, if I understand correctly, then the trail is going to be on the east side of County Road 93. So, thank you. I saw a hand here, Councillor Levy.
I just wondered if this is similar to the airport where it's all or nothing. So if Midland says no, would we still go ahead if we approve of this in the 2019 budget? Through you to the Director?
Thank you.
Thank you, through Mr. Chair to Councillor Levy. They have requested this percentage from the town as part of the funding for their project. They haven't indicated whether or not our involvement is going to stop the project, being a very small portion of it. I can't say. I'd have to confirm with them whether or not they would just stop at the town limits with this trail, but that's something that we can confirm.
My question was, if Midland doesn't go ahead, would we still go ahead and take our trail to nowhere?
It would be, the majority of the project is, I understand, county funded. So they are going to be constructing the vast portion of the trail this coming season.
Thank you. So, Councillor LaRose.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, so my mistake, it's $100,000 that we're already in for, and that's already in the budget, and I don't have a problem with that, paying our share to the county, and that goes back and forth. The one that we're dealing with, though, I believe is the $45,000 study to look at what we're going to do at that corner. Again, I could be wrong because I'm not on the little sheets.
So, Councillor Rose, I had highlighted the multi-use trail as something that you'd wanted to speak to. So, I think we've got some good information on that trail. So, is there any interest in removing it, or are we good to keep it in at this point? Oh, Councillor Cummings has a question.
I just have one more question. Who's doing the construction? Is it project manager be the county? Would it be Town of Midland? Would it be the Town of Penetanguishene? Who's, like, I have no information here as to who the project manager would be.
Thank you. Through to Councillor Cummings, it's a County of Simcoe-led construction project, so they're going to be taking over contract administration and management of the project.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on then to the next one I had here was another vehicle, and Councillor Cummings, it was in the water section. You're satisfied with that? Okay, good. So moving down then to Recreation Community Services, it was CFH 916, the wharf structure on concrete wharf, long-term repairs, and I believe there were a couple of members of council that raised that. So who wants to go first on that one? So that is project CFH 916, wharf structural on concrete wharf, long-term repairs. Nobody moved to take it out. So this is a $550,000 project, of which 435 is proposed for debt, 60,000 from reserves, and 55,000 from taxation. And I know Councillor Mayotte made mention to it briefly, just in passing, related to tourist information center. I thought it was you, Councillor Rose, that had raised this one.
I don't see it on my sheet, but we'll speak to it since you've asked.
Okay, well, thank you, Counselor.
That's the, okay, so, I don't believe that we have the engineering done for this. I don't believe that the contract has been let. I don't think that it's gone out for people to bid on yet, and yet here we are affixing a number to it. We all know what happens when you go out and you say you want a new study done, for an example, and you say we have a $25,000 budget, you know the amount of the study is going to be $24,996. If you ask for a $15,000 one, they'll give you $15,000. So I'm not happy that we're out there saying, hey, we're willing to pay $500,000 to fix something that could be a $20,000 problem, could be a $100,000 problem. So I don't understand how, without those engineering being done, without the contract being basically let, we don't know what we're in for. We also don't know what we're going to do in that area. Is the TIC center in good shape, bad shape? Does it need to be moved, or can it stay? Are we going to move it up near where the trail is going to end and put it up near Murray Road? Or are we going to move it across the road from where the beer store is? We've never taken the time to make some of those decisions that would help some of these projects go forward. So my problem is that we're doing it in spite of each other. You know, let's do the parking lot study. Well, that doesn't include where the TIC could go. Well, let's not do the TIC because we're going to do the top end where the Angels are. Well, let's not do the Angels because we don't know where the trail, well, now we know where the trail is going on the east side. So to me, it was just way out, and I don't understand how we can assign a price tag to a project that hasn't been bid on or quoted on.
Thank you, Counselor. And I think Counselor Mayotte has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with Councillor LaRose. We know we have a problem there. I don't know if it was last year, 2 years ago, the manager of agriculture was showing us pictures where it was undermined. And I'd like to have somebody look at it, see you can fix it, but you have to do this, remove the tourist information center, or just get a backhoe, dig it up, build a wall, fill it up, and then, you know, I'd like to get some information before we do a price on it, because I know we do have a problem there. We've seen the pictures, but like Councillor Rose was saying, before we put a price tag, I'm not in favor of consultants, but let's hire an engineer or something to say, this is what your problem, this is what you're looking at.
Thank you. If I'm correct, if you can refer to page 167 of 229, that's the detailed sheet. And 167, and it talks about the project description, and it talks about, and I'll read here, quote, an engineering investigation in late fall 2017 identified $550,000 needed in concrete repairs and recommended that further underwater investigation occur on the wood substructures. So that number is the same as the number that's in our budget. So there was some engineering work that was done. There's a little caveat there that the budget is set to cover the needed concrete repairs. However, further debt may be required to cover any identified repairs needed in the wood substructure. And I know from a few years ago when we dealt with some repairs to the old wood pier, we did run into some situations with respect to and Councillor Rose and the Deputy Mayor, and the Mayor probably remember those days, maybe Councillor Cummings too, is that we did find some additional work was required because of the piers, and they were in worse shape than we thought. So we did had to incur additional expense. So I think to address the comment, there was some engineering work done. I think I saw the director's hand go up, and I think I saw did I see your hand go up as well, Mr. CAO? So between the two of you, if you wanted to speak to that, I'll turn it over to you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm going to ask the Director of Rec to kick it off, and then I'll chime in for if there's any gaps to fill.
Thank you for the combined questions. I've made some notes here just to make sure I address them all. So there have been a few engineer engagements on this. So just to confirm with Councillor Vadamalcour said, 2017, we did have an engineer come in and do an analysis of the concrete portion of the structure. They confirmed that structural repairs need to be done just to the concrete. They estimated those repairs to be at $550,000. So we had put, and they had also made the recommendation that instead of just moving forward with the concrete repairs, that we check the wood substructure, because to make those repairs and then later find out that the wood substructure is no good makes no sense. So we had put that as a capital project in 2018. We put out another RFP. CC Tatham was engaged to do the underwater investigation, and we're just awaiting that report. So part of what was issued to them was to do the engineering analysis and review of the wood substructure, but then also to do the design and RFP, write the RFP for us as well for the work, the overall work that would need to be done. So with respect to the TIC, we have received confirmation from them that the TIC is structurally sound, is structurally supported by the wharf at this time. They do not anticipate that it will need to be demolished or removed in order to complete the concrete repairs. With that being said, one of our capital projects from last year that we're just waiting on the reports for is the building condition assessment. So we've done building condition assessments on 16 facilities in town, and the TIC being one of them. So it will, when we receive that report, outline for the municipality what money needs to be, capital money needs to be budgeted for to keep the TIC going and the other 15 facilities in the long term. So I don't know if that leaves you with any unanswered questions, but that's currently where that project sits. And when I receive the final engineer report, I can certainly bring forward a follow-up report to council. But we do know that we already know it needs $550,000 of concrete repair.
Are there any other questions or comments? Councillor Cummings? Oh, sorry. Did you need to chime in, Mr. CAO?
Through Mr. Chair, I just add one little piece, and that is, Sherry touched on it, but this is simply a placeholder based on data that was received 14 plus months ago. So at a minimum, we know that this is something that has been suggested. I'll just reiterate what the Director of Rec has mentioned, and that is once we receive that report from CC Tatham, which we were hopeful we would have had yesterday, and I say yesterday, not meaning yesterday, but previous to now, we will certainly be bringing something forward for council to consider, and there's a decision to make in terms of how to proceed with respect to this particular asset that the town owns. You'll see that there's no taxation component that's being suggested. I think it's a split between debt and reserve. And again, this would not be the end of the conversation. This is simply a placeholder to kind of have something in the budget, and certainly there would be lots more conversation and lots more discussion with council on this particular project in terms of how council wishes to proceed with respect to the situation we're faced with.
Thank you, Mr. CAO. Our worksheets show a $55,000 taxation contribution, just if I'm reading it correctly, just as a point. So if I understand you correctly, Mr. CAO, then at some point, if this is approved, then council will have the opportunity to discuss this project in greater detail, timing, et cetera, on a go-forward basis.
My apologies. So in answer to your question, yes, once we receive that report, we will be bringing a follow-up report to committee and council to make some decisions in terms of how we should proceed. And my apologies, there is a taxation component. I guess my eyes are getting worse than I thought.
Thank you. So, Councillor Cummings, you had a question?
I was just wondering if it would be prudent of us to defer this item, not take it off the list, but defer it until we see a report from Tatham to find out what extra work might need to be done, because this could be a $600,000 project or a $700,000 project by the time it ends up. It has to be fixed, but I suggest that we defer it.
Thank you, Councillor Cummings. Just in terms of timing, we've got Committee of the Whole tonight. When was the budget proposed to go forward to Council for adoption? When was that? Had you looked at a date that it was going to be going forward? It was the next council meeting? I'm just trying to anticipate Councillor Cummings' question and whether you'll have the CC Tatum report by then.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think we're hopeful that, as soon as possible, but committee needs to be comfortable with respect to making a recommendation to council for approval. My suggestion would be that we don't wait and assume we're going to get that CC Tatum in time. My suggestion would be to committee, and it's entirely up to committee, is have something in there as a placeholder, but put a caveat that we will, we will return back before this project proceeds in any way, shape, or form. If there's a level of comfort there for committee.
Thank you. I think Councillor Libby has a point.
Remember, back in the day, we used to often approve in principle and just keep the placeholder there. I'd be comfortable moving ahead with it as long as we got another go at it when we had the information we needed. But for now, put it in, keep it in, approve it tonight.
I think that makes sense. I think that's good advice. So, Madam Director?
Sure, just a point of clarity for myself. So, due to the procurement policy, we do not have the authority to spend anything over $100,000. So, in my mind, we would go to RFP, find out how much it's going to cost, allow people to bid on it, and then we would come to council with our recommendation as to moving forward. Is that okay?
Thank you. The only thing I had to say about that was just the timing of when the construction is going to actually take place. Is it going to take place during the summer, or are we looking at an off-season? That was the only thing I was concerned about, because I did appreciate perhaps there could be an implication to the wharf and the area if there was a construction zone.
So yes, I can speak to that. So the intention is that the construction would happen this summer. We have made provisions with our slip renters to accommodate as many as possible who normally dock their boats along the cement pier in the floating dock system. We've met with the owner of the Georgian Queen today, just today coincidentally as well, to look at provisions on the end of the T-dock and whatnot. So they've all been notified. They're aware that the construction is pending.
Thank you for that explanation. Appreciate that. So if I hear from the majority of Committee of the Whole that we'll just keep it in the budget, it's a placeholder, and it may be added to or whatnot pending further information from CC Tatum, and it will come back. Okay. So moving on then to the next item, and this was the one that I raised, and it was part of the bigger question, and we had touched about this. This is H8925 Arena Dressing Room and Snack Bar Upgrades Phase 1, and it's $20,000, and it's from taxation. And I had a brief conversation with the director after our last meeting just to talk about this project in relation to the rest of the upgrades and whatnot that were contemplated. So I'm supportive of the project, but I just want to understand how this fits in with the other pieces that were being contemplated in terms of upgrades, and then how does that fit in with that overall discussion in terms of what we're going to do with the arena. So if I could stop now and maybe hear your response. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for the question, Councillor Vadaboncourt. I appreciate the opportunity to clarify where we're sitting with the capital project and the arena. So the capital project, the 10-year capital plan has been laid out for us for some time, and the building condition assessment report was brought to Committee of the Whole. The recommendation at that time was that staff implement all of the recommendations in the building condition assessment into the capital plan. Council deferred that back to staff and said, hold off, don't do that at this time. So we have just carried forward. We have not changed the capital plan until a decision is made about the building condition assessment and the next steps for the arena. So what is here is what was previously put in previous years. My report that I brought forward with respect to the condition in the kitchen, knowing what's happening with public health, we've expanded this a little bit to be able to make some necessary repairs to keep the concession stand in good standing with public health. So that will be our priority. And then to use some of the money to keep some necessary upgrades in the dressing room. So we wouldn't be looking to do any grand upgrades or improvements until a decision about the future of the arena is made by council.
Thank you very much. Any further questions on this particular project? Okay, thank you. Moving down the list, I have noted M924, Parks, Rotary Champlain, Wendat, Park Gateway design. Anybody? Okay, Councillor LaRose.
Believe it or not, that was me, yeah. So we're at the same thing here again, folks. We have our park entrance down across from the beer store, and they're saying that people can't find it. So I have a hard time believing that. I went up and down there a few times yesterday just to have a look. It's very, I don't know how you can miss it. But anyways, so now they want us to do a study for $15,000 to tell us what it should look like. And once you do that, you commit to the second half, lower down on the paper, that says it's another $125,000 to build the project. So at $135,000, $140,000 just to make an entrance to the park that already exists, I don't believe that's a good way to spend $145,000. You know, when a sign would do, you know, we can put some trees, we can do something, we could get a couple of bucks if people really think it's necessary, just to do a bit of a design build something at the center. But to me, that's not a good way to spend that kind of money.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other comments? I see Councillor Levy and Councillor Mayotte.
Dan and I disagree a little bit on this. We agree in some areas, disagree in others. There is definitely a requirement for a sign to indicate to people who don't even know we have a waterfront park there that we have this wonderful Champlain Wendat Rotary Waterfront Park. Apologies if I mixed up the order of those. We definitely need, I deal with the public on the main street every day, and I have to beg them to go down and make their way into the park to see the wonderful statues, so people don't know it's there. We need a sign, maybe a nice tree. I would suggest the amount be cut drastically. When I started pestering the director about this a couple of years back, I wanted a sign indicating what was in there. There might have to be some maybe readjustment of the sewage treatment plant sign. I never like to see that there anyway. It doesn't do a thing for tourism. Whose idea was that anyway, George? Anyway, I'm sure it wasn't yours. There's a bit. It's getting a bit cluttered there, but I think we could easily send out an RFP to landscape design sign companies, whoever. Staff could sort that out and ask for their ideas on what we could put there. And yeah, I'm thinking there might be something wonderful we could do for 40 grand, but you know. This amount is, as far as I'm concerned, just to indicate people that it's the entry to the park. We don't need a big ta-da.
What we're dealing with is the $15,000 for the this particular project, but I understand what the councillor is saying is it leads to something a little bit more expensive. So the comment with respect to reducing it, is it reducing this particular component, $15,000, or the next phase?
I'd eliminate the 15. I would ask for that, and that we consider adding more, but to have it done.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. Councillor Mayotte?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Didn't we just make a sign changing it to Wendat Champlain Rotary Park 2 years ago. Now we're changing the sign again, and we're gonna hire another consultant, I call him, to say, hey, guys, maybe you should put a Las Vegas sign here to brighten it up, to show the people where it is. I mean, you got the entrance there. Everybody knows where it is. Kitchawani's there in the front. Everybody sees him. But I mean, I agree with Councillor Levy. Like, if you're going to spend the 50, put an RFP, tell them to put up a nice sign, and there's your 15. Don't have to hire a consultant to do that. I'm totally against that.
Thank you, Councillor. Mayor LaRue?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, we're looking at a park that really is probably a $4 million plus park. And we're looking at the possibility of gateway to the park from our main street and from Robert Street. I think that I can agree that everybody knows where it is, because we have visitors that come into Penetanguishene from other areas that have no idea where it is. And if there's indication as they're driving in as to what we have here, I think that for me, it's well worth the effort.
Thank you. Councillor Sanama?
Just a comment about this. If my memory serves me correctly, I think there was a study that was done, there was a university group that was hired, and I'm guessing 5 or 7 years ago, and they came up with a full plan for including the gateway to the park. That information's got to be around here somewhere. Well, do we spend another 50?
The Mayor LaRue, so Your Worship?
I just want to let everybody know that it's not on the shelf. David Dupuis has it. He was the one that instigated the whole thing through the University of Guelph, I believe, and that study was done, and I'm sure David has that plan.
Councillor Rose?
So then I would like to make the motion that the 15,000 be removed. I mean, Mr. Dupuis has been absolutely phenomenal to our town, and I'm sure if he has it, he would more than be glad to give it to us. But the people that live here that use our park, they all know where it is. I am really not interested in spending $140,000 of tax money to have somebody that doesn't know where our park is, to have an entrance to say, here's the park. We could write a billboard. We could hire a summer student for 15 years at that money to stand out there and direct people to it. You know, what are we spending here? 140 grand for a friggin' sign? Oh.
Thank you, Councillor. So, Councillor, we have a motion. So moved. I saw the Deputy Mayor's hand, so I'll go to the Deputy Mayor.
I think it's very important that we have signage, and maybe we can do it for a lot less, but we need to do something that opens up that area and shows the entrance to the park. I will not be supporting having it removed.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I think the Treasurer has a comment to make.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just further to Deputy Mayor Dubow's comment, we are looking at getting a recommendation for council adoption of both years of 2019 and 2020. So in this particular instance, the motion on the floor, I guess, never mind. I think when we go through 2020, obviously they will bring up a motion at that time, but we are looking at reviewing 2 years of capital projects.
Thank you, Madam Treasurer. Yeah, so the plan is we have one more project after this one to deal with, and then we're going to take a little bit of a break, probably a 5-minute break or so, and then we're going to go through 2020. So that's with the concurrence of council. That's the plan. Mr. CAO.
Mr. Chair, just a couple comments. My second comment, I'm going to maybe see if the Director of Rec would speak to some of there were some comments and questions that members of council have had, so I think there might be some merit in having the Director of Rec provide her perspective in terms of why this project's here with respect to some of the comments. But before I do that, I think the project is in 2021, so I think we may not, the actual construction, I think, is slated for 125,000 in 2021. So we may not come across that in 2020, just if there's an appetite at committee to do something with the construction and/or the design, then you would want to do it probably in the 2019 component. So if it's the will of you, Mr. Chair, it might be effective to hand it over to the Director of Rec, just to provide some perspective on some of the things we heard from members.
Thank you, Mr. CIO. So with the concurrence of committee, we'll go to the Director. Thank you.
Thank you for that. So just to reiterate some things that I think were sort of brought up. So it is for 2 entrances, and it's to look at design concepts for both Robert Street and as well as Main Street. Currently, there is a sign and shrubbery or trees at both of these locations, and they're clearly not doing the job because the question, where's the park, comes up frequently. The signs are not current. They say Rotary Park. They do need to be updated as well. And just to reiterate what the CAO said, the construction, because the 125 is just a placeholder, we don't know how much it's going to cost, deciding on the designs that are adopted by council. It was put for a placeholder in 2021, knowing that council looks to adopt a 2-year capital plan, that this would give the opportunity for council to look at the designs and options and make a decision about how much money they truly want to invest in developing those gateways.
Thank you. Councilor Rose?
Just one last quick one. I honestly believe that if every member of council went down there, stood on the sidewalk, looked across, decided what we think, then if we want someone to do it, if we think it's desirable, then. To me, to waste the $15,000 this year to have somebody look at it, what if they bring forth 3 designs that we don't like between now and 2021? Then we've just thrown away another $15,000. Unless you're committed to a basic, what we think we should like. Talk to the people to see what they would like. The next time all you people are getting all these inquiries, we can't find the park, ask them what they think they should see there so that they could find it. Because remember, we're not trying to direct our residents. This is only for out-of-town people, non-tax-paying people.
Thank you, Councillor. So we've gone around the table on this one. We have a motion duly moved in second that project M924 Parks Rotary Champlain Wendat Park Gateway design be taken out of the capital budget. All those in favor? Opposed? So 1, 2, 3, 4, and so I missed that. So well, just all those in favor of taking it out? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All those opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4. The motion carries. Yes, Councillor Sanama.
If I could just add that we make some reference that we do get in touch with David Dupuy to see if we can find out about the designs that have already been done. Thank you.
Okay. I think the clerk has made a note of that. So the last item under 2019, before we take a break, is M952 Trails Resurface Compact Limestone Trails. And I can't remember, was that you, Councilor Rose, that raised? Oh, sorry, it was down at that end, so it was Councilor Sanama. Oh, sorry, it was the next one again. My star was, okay, so it was M953, Town Gateway Engineering and Design, and it's 45,000. Was that you, Councilor Sanama?
That was the one I had mentioned earlier. I wanted to wait and see what Thompson's Road West looked like. I wanted to see what the trail from the county looked like before we decide what our entrance should look like. That's where I was at with that. It's not a bad idea, but until we build Thompson's Road West until the county does their thing. We don't know. It might make a beautiful boulevard in between Murray Road, the big wall, and Thompson's Road. Maybe we'll do something big fancy there with the items, but until we physically see it.
Any other comments on this, Madam Deputy Mayor?
Yes, I thought we did some work last year. Perhaps the director could enlighten, or it might have been planning. It was in planning, was it not? Sherry, okay.
Thank you, through Councillor Vadamancourt to our Deputy Mayor. So if the previous members of council who sat on the last term would recall, we had it was a capital project to do some design concepts for the gateway. It was brought forward for council to consider the 3 designs that were presented. There was public consultation done. Staff made a recommendation. Council at the time made the decision to defer the conversation to this discussion today here, which is the budget talks. So staff put in the placeholder based on the council direction to have the conversation during the budget talks.
Thank you.
Councillor Sanama?
Sorry, just for clarification, so the design, there was 3 designs already done?
Yes, there was designs already done. I can share that report and the designs with all members of council.
So what's this 45,000 for?
So the 45,000 is to do the detailed design and engineering work. So concept designs present a design, what it would look like in concept, but it doesn't include the engineering piece, the detailed specifics of how you would go about building it, and perhaps our engineer can expand on that if needed. And then, so that process would define the plan so that you could go to tender and give it to a contractor and say, build this.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So Councillor LaRose raises a good point with respect to whether this is something that's going to actually occur in 2019, or is this something better to take place in 2020? Obviously, it's been recommended by staff to be done in 2019. Was there a particular reason why this year versus next year is being recommended in light of the comments that we've just heard?
There's no particular reason other than this capital project has been on the book since I started. Wasn't around at the time of initiation of when it was brought forward, and assumed, I guess, that it was a priority council since it had been there for quite some time. And the direction from council when the report was brought forward for the capital project at that time was to have the discussion at this time. But if council wishes to move it out to another year, that's certainly something that can be done.
If I can just ask a supplementary then, if the design is done and the timing of the project is not such that it can proceed, the design will just sit until such time as we can go to the next phase, which would be the RFP and all of that. Is that correct? Okay, so it's more of a timing thing in terms of, do we want to get the design done now and it'll just wait until such time as the implementation is ready? Because I think Councillor Rose does raise a good point in terms of we need to have some answers to some other pieces first, and then we can finalize. So, Dan, or Councillor, did you want to expand on that a bit, or do you see any jeopardy proceeding with the design at this phase, or is it something that the design can proceed, but the actual implementation has to wait?
I would rather see it wait one more year, just for the fact that until we finalize and look and see what Thompson's Road West is going to look like, and we see what the county trail system is going to look like, then I wouldn't want us to go spend the money on the design and then find out that the trail's coming through at a part where doesn't look right, doesn't fit right, or maybe the entrance to the trail, you know, our $100,000 contribution might be fixing up that whole area between Murray Road and Thompson's. So we would have a different type of design. I'm not concerned that we're going to do it or not do it. I just would hate to see us go spend all this money to do it, then find out that trail comes through at a point where the design guys didn't really fix, and, you know, to me, what's a big deal? We're going to be doing Thompson's Road, we're going to have those detailed drawings coming soon. We basically know what it's going to look like. We don't have a detail on what the county is doing yet, so until we see that, to me, what's the difference? Wait one more year, they're sitting there doing what they're doing now, it's not a big deal.
Thank you. Any other comments on this? So if I understand you correctly, it's mostly a deferral then, deferral to 2020. That's what you're suggesting. And you'd be prepared to move that? Okay. Do a motion to defer. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Levy, second that. Any comments on the motion to defer this project to 2020? Madam Clerk, you know which one we're talking about? Any further comments on this? Okay. All those in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none? Carried. All right, may I suggest that we take a 5-minute break, 7-minute, be back for...
I thought somebody had marked the trailhead at Overhead Bridge Road. Did you not speak? Okay, forget it.
Okay, is that, we're going to take a brief recess for 5 minutes and be back in 5. Thank you.
turn that back on.
Councilor LaRose, ready to go?
Thanks, everyone. So we'll reconvene. Thanks, everyone, for getting back. So now we're on to the 2020 capital list. And if we just want to go through the list, this is a much shorter list than the 2019 list, but we'll go through it the same way. So if members of council would mind identifying a project that they wish to discuss further, and we'll cycle back and deal with that. So starting with administration, we have two projects in administration, computer hardware, software, replace corporate telephone system. Anything there? Seeing none. Under fire, tanker replacement, mobile radio replacement, and paint fire hall bays. Anything there? Nope. Moving on to the library, concrete repairs to brickwork and chimney cap, LED lighting upgrades phase 2, and replacement of interior backstairs to lower level. Anything there? Seeing none. Moving on to planning and development. We have the OP and zoning bylaw review, just a transfer to reserves. We have the secondary plan for the Upper Main Street. And the next item is a joint business and retention and expansion study. And then vehicle replacement, the MLEO vehicle replacement. Anything on there? Okay, moving along. Under Public Works, construction of Thompson Road Extension, Phase 1 to Western Limits, a tandem sander, retaining wall replacement, Burke and Keefe, sidewalk installation, McGuire Road, dead end to Yo. I think Councilor Rose had identified that one. And then sidewalk removal and replacement. I wanted to speak to that, and I think Councilor Cummings will speak to that as well. And then construction intersection upgrades, Robert Street and Fuller Avenue. And Councilor Cummings wishes to speak to that. So moving on then to public waste, public works, wastewater. I can't read the page. Fox Street STP, dechlorination system. Yeah, okay. Anything in Public Works wastewater? Seeing none. Public Works water. Anything there? Moving on to Recreation Community Services. There's a number of projects. Anybody have any comments or questions on any of those? Councilor Sanama?
Again, just a statement from, if we're looking at all these arena items, do we, as opposed to doing it this way, should we be looking at the whole, like what we're doing with the arena?
So my understanding from when we asked the question initially was these are sort of placeholders until we have the larger conversation about the future of the facility, but this is in keeping with the previous council's direction to have them in the budget, but they won't be acted upon until we have that larger discussion. And that's correct. Any other items? I had a question just about the curling club maintenance. So I'll just I'll put a little star beside that one. Any other on the Recreation Community Services? Okay, well that concludes 2020. So we'll cycle back up to the top, and the first item that we had there, I believe, is Councilor Rose, and it's Project M106 sidewalk installation, McGuire Road, dead end to Yo. Councilor Rose.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The issue I had with this one was a couple of things. I was wondering, what is the purpose of getting a sidewalk to go from the park basically to, I believe it's Don Street, and it goes nowhere? The biggest issue I had with it is when that road was designed and built, when you go down there and have a look, there's a large number of duplexes, triplexes, 4-unit systems, and the driveways are all full. So if we were to run the sidewalk down there, we'd end up like we have over right across from us here, like Owen Street, where you have the driveway right close to the house, then the sidewalk, then a place for the second car. Well, over there, there's not enough room for that. So with all the duplexes, triplexes and stuff, I believe that if we were to put a sidewalk down the road, we'd end up having a whole bunch of cars parking on the road, which would defeat the purpose of having a sidewalk that goes to nowhere. So I would propose that it's been a number of years without a sidewalk there. It's a dead-end road, it's a cul-de-sac. There's only 17, 18 places, I believe, on there. So I think we could eliminate it.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other comments on this one? I had a comment with respect to this in relation to the condition of the road. I seem to recall that the condition of the road is not that great, if I'm not mistaken, when I walked it in the fall. I don't believe it is, but maybe the director can comment with respect to the road itself. The cross-section of the road, is a rural cross-section? So it's ditches on both sides, right? And yeah, so I do remember it. And so I think Councillor Rose has made a good point, and in installing a sidewalk in the absence of looking at maybe a full urban cross-section, it really would put a constraint on the parking there, but I'd be interested in your comments, Director.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through to Councillor LaRose. The purpose of the project was to provide a connecting link from the trail that's in the current McGuire Park right now to the existing sidewalks on Yeo Street, to provide that connecting link. So that's the primary purpose of it, to improve that active transportation linkage and to improve the pedestrian pathways to an existing street that does not have it at this point. And the point is made regarding the traffic. That is a good point. But I don't think it couldn't be overcome with some relocation of the sidewalk to a position where it could accommodate traffic and parking in that area. And to provide some signage to that respect too, so that we're not allowing parking on both sides, we're allowing it on one side only, as we do have in other streets that have a full urban cross-section. So that could be done in terms of providing parking and signage in that location to restrict parking on one side only. So that could be explored as well. And in terms of the road condition, I don't know the current condition of it at this point, but we have done a road condition evaluation. I can see where it does rank in our condition evaluation assessment, and we are going to be bringing forward a 5-year plan based on that assessment to council.
Thank you. I believe Councillor Cummings has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My recollection of where McGuire Road is, there's barely enough room for one car to park in a driveway. If we were to put a sidewalk on either side of McGuire, then we're going to have cars encroaching on the sidewalks at all times, and it would be a barrier for anybody going down that street. So I really don't see a need for sidewalks at this time, or for the time being anyway. One, based on it's a dead-end street. No one's going anywhere. And there's not enough traffic down there.
Just a sec, Councillor Rose. Did I see Councillor Mayotte with his hand up there? Oh, sorry. Yes, Councillor Rose.
I'm just wondering if it's going to hit our 5-year plan, say year 6, 7, 8 from now. Again, why would we spend $50,000 putting in a sidewalk on a road that's been there for 40 years without a sidewalk to tear it up in 60 months and put a full urban cross-section in. That was my reasoning.
Yes, I understand what your point, and that was what I think I was getting at, is that when you look at the boulevard width, and when you have your asphalt, then your ditch, and then your sidewalk, it might not be enough room, because, as you say, with the duplexes and triplexes that are there, if you had the sidewalk pushed right up against the curb, you might get enough room. So I see your point. If I may ask the director, with respect to your road needs study and the recommendations from that, when do you anticipate that coming forward?
We actually have it on our agenda for the February 13th Committee of the Whole meeting. But I should clarify that the resurfacing of McGuire Road, it's not in our 10-year capital plan for a full urban cross-section. It's just under our resurfacing plans. It would be just a replacement and resurfacing of the asphalt.
Any other questions or comments on this, Your Worship?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would move that we remove it.
Councillor Clue, did you have a comment there? You look like you're...
Not on the motion, Mr. Chair, but the question I was wondering was whether there would be a possibility of at least doing some line painting, something similar as you would see a very simplified bike lane, but just to indicate that that would be a walking zone in that area.
So we have a motion to remove this project. So I have a comment on it. I see the logic in terms of why the sidewalk should be there in terms of a connecting link with respect to the trails. I see the logic there. However, I am concerned with respect to the placement of the sidewalk in relation to the driveways and the vehicles. So I don't know if I have enough information in front of me now to say, yes, I support it. So my only option at this point is not to support it. So, but if there was a way that when we're looking at the resurfacing or we're looking at the McGuire Road, if we can look at the pedestrian movements along McGuire Road at that time, I would encourage that, because certainly having a look at the whole picture might assist in terms of some of that decision making. So we have a motion here to remove this project, the sidewalk installation McGuire Road dead end to Yo from the 2020 capital plan. Madam Clerk, is that clear? And you have the mover and seconder. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. So moving on to the next item is the sidewalk removal and replacement, and I raise that as well as Councillor Cummings. I'll let Councillor Cummings go first, and then
Sorry, my question was, what sidewalk? Is it the Robert Street sidewalk?
Mr. Director, do you have a response for Councillor Cummings?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through to Councillor Cummings. The original sidewalk was the Robert Street West sidewalk, initially in the capital plan. Earlier versions of the budget process that were undertaken in 2018, there was a redecision by council, or a suggestion by council to reevaluate that based on the results of the 2018 sidewalk condition assessment, which was completed. So we're still looking at the results of that evaluation. So right now it's a placeholder for the 2020 capital plan, and once we have a prioritization of which sections to do, we will have a sidewalk identified.
Thank you. Thanks for your response. My comment or question had to do with seeing this in the capital budget in 2020, and I didn't see it anywhere else. I was encouraged. I thought that we had a standard item in our budget, sidewalk removal and replacement, and for $84,000. And I thought if we had $84,000 every year, that would be great. We'd be removing and replacing sidewalks. But when I asked the question, I was advised that in our operating budget, we do have funds for that type of work to repair and replace sidewalks. So this is just for 2020, and you answered the question why it's there. So thank you.
You're welcome.
So no, there was no interest in removing it, so we'll just keep it. We'll move on to the next item, which was the construction intersection upgrades, Robert Street and Fuller Avenue. And was it Councillor? Yes, Councillor Cummings.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is through to the Director of Public Works. Brian, the intersection at Robert and Fuller, it says it's a subsidized project?
Through to Councillor Cummings, it is development charge funded, with a portion of it going to taxation as well. So it is a growth-related project.
Okay, and what is the purpose of upgrading that intersection at this point?
Based on historic traffic and turning movement counts in that area, we have been keeping an eye on that particular intersection because as of late in this past summer, we have been getting quite a few inquiries about the status of that intersection, particularly in the AM and PM peak times when the shift changes, particularly at the Waypoint facility and the Super Jail, and other businesses and industries in the area. So this, we have an engineering phase of that project in 2019 to actually look at the turning movement counts and see if it does warrant signalization, or at the very least dedicated turning lanes or slip-around lanes on Fuller Avenue to assist in the turning movements, particularly going from Robert Street and Fuller.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Levy.
Thank you very much. The only time I found that intersection to be a real problem was late summer 2018. And I think we all remember what was happening in Penetanguishene in the summer of 2018. People were using Fuller as an alternate to the main street. The traffic was very much heavier. I'm not saying that I am an expert in whether we need traffic signals there or not. I'm just saying that we should, as Brian suggested, look at the numbers again and determine if there's a real need or if turning lanes, dedicated turning lanes would suffice.
Thank you, Councillor Salmon.
From a person that drives that almost on a daily basis, I'd really love to have lights there. I think it would be very well warranted. I think you'll find when you do the count, there's many times when the traffic is actually backed up, especially on Robert trying to turn left onto Fuller. So I'm full support of it.
Thank you, Councillor. Mayor LaRue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I concur with Councillor Saint-Amand. It has become a corner that is very difficult for anyone to try and make a left-hand turn when the Super Jail staff and the Waypoint staff are coming out. I actually have sat there for almost 10 minutes trying to make a left-hand turn. And I did recommend to the CAO that we look into doing traffic lights at that intersection, and I understand that we're looking at engineering this year and possibility of installing the lights in the following year. And I would certainly recommend that we proceed with this one.
Thank you, Worship. Any other questions on this one? Councillor Sandoval.
This is, I don't know if it's allowed, but what I was going to say is if, based on some of the things that we've removed from the earlier budget, if we could move it, if they could move the whole thing into 2019, that would be, I think, beneficial all the way around.
So maybe with that, we'll ask the director if, from the standpoint in terms of the design and whatnot, has that all been done, or is that still to be done?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor St. Amant, we do have the design of it in 2019, so the design phase of the project would be a warrant analysis for the signalization of the intersection, so that's based on the traffic counts and the turning movements at that intersection. And if it did warrant a signalization improvement, it would be the design of the electrical conduits, signal controllers, the pole work at that intersection. So that would take up 2019.
Thank you. Councilor Mayotte?
We have a set of lights on Townsend and Robert are not doing anything. Cut your price down, use them.
Thank you, Councilor. You're looking to repurpose those lights somewhere in town, we could tell.
It's called recycling.
Recycling, repurpose, yes. Any other questions on that? So I had mentioned about the curling club maintenance, but I asked the mayor, and he was able to answer my question for me, so I can withdraw that. Did anybody else have a comment or question on the curling club maintenance? Councillor Cummings?
Thank you. I attended the first curling club meeting yesterday, and the curling club has acquired a trillium grant for a replacement of their ice plant. However, and this is a plug, as Councillor Sanama just made it, with the extra money that we've gained back, they are asking for additional assistance of $5,000 this year. So it would make a total maintenance package of $10,000 so that they can get the bidded, I should say, amount for the rest of the plant. So they have to raise funds for more for the plant. So they were looking at additional funds of about $5,000 from council. So just thought that I'd put that out there.
Thank you, Councillor. So with that concludes our review of the 2019-2020 capital program. And as has been alluded to, there have been some projects that have been removed from the capital plan. And some of those projects involved a taxation contribution. I don't know if the treasurer has been keeping a running tally of what taxation components have been freed up, but I know the mayor raised a point earlier about seeing if there might be some funds to cover some of those projects that were put back into the operating budget. Councillor Cummings has raised a point about an extra $5,000 for the curling club, and Councillor Levy and I have been talking about reinstating the facade improvement program. We haven't talked to that yet, but Councillor Levy, I think, is going to speak to that. So from the standpoint in terms of the treasurer, could we have a tally in terms of where we're at with respect to Councillor LaRose? So did we want to go to the treasurer first, or did we okay, sorry, Councillor LaRose.
Just a quick comment. I mean, we all understand that we have saved some money tonight. I'm just wondering if should we leave this back to the treasurer and staff for a little bit, let them run their numbers, let them run it through, see exactly what it is before we all start jumping up and down with our hand up saying, we got a project, I got a project, I got a project. I mean, I have a list of a bunch of projects that I thought should be in that we haven't even discussed yet. So I just don't know whether we just want to make that a free-for-all, not knowing exactly, kind of putting our treasurer on the spot to see how much money is available, but it's up to you guys.
So just if we could ask the treasurer just to give us a tally, and then I'll ask perhaps the CAO or the treasurer can provide us some advice in terms of how best to proceed. So, Madam Treasurer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In terms of the 2019 changes to the capital budget, projects were removed totaling $215,000. $150,000 of that is taxation. $40,000 was related to a grant, and $25,000 was related to reserve or reserve fund transfers. So the $150,000 is basically the important number that we're looking at. So it really has freed up $150,000 of our capital base budget of $1.15 million. For 2020, there was a project that was added as a deferral project from 2019, as well as a project removed. So the net effect of that would be a $15,000 reduction. However, that's a $41,000 increase to the capital base budget for the taxation portion, as well as a reduction in the transfer from Development Charges Reserve Fund of $54,000. So staff have put forward they can certainly do some juggling of projects in terms of ones that they've put off and bring them forward. But certainly, staff have already done that on numerous occasions. So to hear from council, if there are projects that are not even in the capital plan, would be helpful. Or whether some options could be given to staff to take this back to the drawing board. And certainly, we don't typically change our capital base budget and reallocate funds within the capital budget to the operating budget for operating type budget changes. As the mayor had mentioned that the additional budget requests tonight that were approved, I agree that that was a good recommendation from the mayor to fund that within that growth, the $265,000, which is an operating budget item. But as far as the $150,000 that have been freed up in the 2019 capital, unless council wishes to reduce the capital base budget of $1.15 million, typically we would fill that with projects, or we would reallocate some of the funding already in there using other sources. So we might reduce reserve transfers to use up that taxation, or if council wishes to bring forward new projects, that's all up to you.
Thank you for the explanation. So what I'm gathering is that that $150,000 should be spent on capital projects. So if there's capital projects that are not in here, i.e. Councilor Rose, if you've got some suggestions, or other individuals have suggestions about moving projects up from our capital plan into 2019 to take those funds. But the operating budget, any changes to the operating budget should be taken, if council wishes, from that those assessment dollars that are into the operating budget. So what the mayor suggested and the program that Councillor Levy and I are considering in terms of the facade improvement program, those would come from those assessment dollars as opposed to the capital dollars. So if there were projects, if there were capital projects then that council members wish to have considered, how best to proceed? Because I know we're marching along. Is there an opportunity to do that? Is tonight the opportunity? Do we schedule another meeting? How best to do that, Mr. CAO? Perhaps you could provide some advice.
Through you, Mr. Chair, my suggestion would be that if there's additional capital projects that members of committee would like to entertain, it wouldn't be a bad idea to have that conversation tonight, and then perhaps give staff an opportunity to take away. If these are new projects, I think committee probably can appreciate that in some cases we're putting staff on the spot and may not be able to, have everything at our fingertips this evening. But I think if it's the will of committee, my suggestion might be, let's table some of those projects that committee might wish to to have a conversation about. It would give staff an opportunity to take away and explore and look into a little more, and then perhaps we can return back at a future committee of the whole meeting, be it a special segregated just to budget, or be it tacked on to a regularly scheduled one, but in hopes that we can continue kind of forging ahead, recognizing we don't have another regularly scheduled meeting at the end of February. So that would be my suggestion, Mr. Chair.
Oh, thank you. Councilor Rose?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll keep it real quick, and we'll just go with 2 items. Brian, these ones were for you. Some drainage that you and I had already talked about between Fox Street and Beck in the backyards, if you recall where those ones were. And the other one is also a drainage project at the bottom of O'Reilly between Fuller and Church, the ponds overflowing there at the base of that subdivision. If you recall those 2 projects, we had talked about them a little while back. I wouldn't mind seeing one or both of those in there.
I was just going to, if I may, Councilor Levy, just on those drainage projects, there was that one on Fox Street, Fox at Dawn, where there was there's a drainage issue there as well, and I can speak to you about that afterward. I believe, yeah, it might be the same one, but I can talk to you offline on that one. Councilor Levy?
Thank you very much. Could you repeat what you said earlier about the facade program? Is that, did you describe that as operating, not capital?
Yes, that's what I described it as being an operating budget item, as opposed to capital.
Okay. Okay. I'm going to pitch it anyway. No?
Your Worship?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and since you brought the subject up about facade improvement, and yes, it is operating, and that Councillor Levy is also of accord, I think that there has to be then some discussion as to whether it goes back on or not.
So I agree with you, Your Worship. So if we could table that question for the time being, and let's just wrap up the capital, and then we'll get to the increased assessment discussion, and we can have that discussion at that point. So if we could look at the capital. Anybody else have any suggestions with respect to the capital that staff could look at? Pardon me? It was just if anybody had any capital projects that they wanted staff to consider that could tally up to that $150,000 that could be moved forward. So I appreciate that maybe staff or maybe members of council did not have time to consider that. So maybe if I get the opportunity to review the capital program, or if there's any capital projects that come to mind, if you could forward them to the CAO so that he could relay them to the appropriate department. So if we could do that. So have a look at your capital program, and and give some thought to any projects that you think might be appropriate for consideration. We'll generate a list, and at the appropriate time, we'll have an opportunity to review that list and make some decisions. So, Madam Clerk, do we need anything further pertaining to the 2019 and 2020 capital budget at this time in terms of a motion?
I don't believe so. I think we're set.
Yeah. Okay, so we're wrapped up that component. So now we're going to discuss the increased assessment growth, and that's this form here that the treasurer spoke to. And so the town recognized an increase in terms of tax revenue due to increased growth, and this is a very good news story, of $265,000. And the treasurer has presented 3 options in terms of what to do with those funds. She's also indicated that these are funds that are in the operating budget, and that they could be transferred in whole or in part to the reserves, or they could be partially added to the operating budget. So we've heard the mayor speak to some projects that were considered earlier this evening that he was suggesting some of these funds be used, and then the Councillor Cummings spoke to $5,000 to assist with the curling club in terms of bringing their funding up to $10,000 to assist with the Trillium grant. And Councillor Levy, are you going to speak to the facade improvement program? So I don't think council members are familiar with the particulars about that, so maybe you can speak to that now.
What I'm proposing is $50,000 a year for 3 years in a facade program. But we'll start with just the 1 year, $50,000. We did have a facade program, as you'll recall, George, Brian, the others that were here. There were flaws in that particular program. Too much money went into signs, and the business folded, and the sign's still sitting there years later. Okay, so it was a flawed system. What I'm proposing, and I do apologize, I had a town in Ontario that had a meaningful facade program, and they had 11 new retail shops open in 1 year, and I will find that. I just couldn't find it this week. What I'm proposing is matching 50/50 grants to a maximum of $10,000 a year. I'm also proposing we have something like an advisory board or a jury, whatever you want to call it, of 3 people who look at these for adding aesthetic value to our main street, meaningful aesthetic value to the streetscape. Their recommendations could then come to council for discussion and approval or not. I think we're at a make or break time for our main street. If we have any hope of having a vibrant retail restaurant atmosphere on our main street with the new street and the Shoppers Drug Mart, this is the year to do it, or the year to start to do it. And because we're limping along now. There's businesses for sale, there's buildings for sale, there's vacancies, and I think that this could be something we could really hold out as we might attract businesses from our neighbors. That's not the ideal, but we might be able to encourage people that we are supporting the Main Street, the downtown commercial core, the commercial businesses in general. In discussions with the planner, I've come to realize we can't do exactly the type of program we had before. It has to be all commercial buildings. So if somebody on Robert Street West wants facade improvement, they would be included. And why not? We want our shops and service entities to look good. So anyway, I am sure there are other people who would like to weigh in on this, but I would suggest that we take that number of 50,000. So that could be 5 projects at 10,000 apiece. Probably not. There would be smaller amounts involved. And when the money runs out, the money runs out. And I would propose that we do that in an attempt to bolster the Main Street, which many of our residents indicated to all of us here that they want to see moving forward.
Any other comments on that? I know I wanted to speak to it as well, so Councillor Rose.
Well, obviously, you all know that I will be speaking against it. I have a fundamental problem with the whole process. During the election, I did go around to a huge majority of the houses, and never once was I asked that we need to do something with our main street. You know, everybody was happy with the construction that was going on. Everybody's happy that it's all new and neat now. But my same fundamental problem, and until I can get an answer to do that, and unfortunately I would still have to vote no, is that why does taxpayer money from somebody that lives on Tarion Court or up on Chapman or anywhere else, why does their money go to help somebody else's business? Why don't we invest in Tech Forum or when CCL was there? They employ people, they pay more taxes and stuff. I just can't get past the fundamentals of, if you're going to buy the beer store, a huge corporation, or Circle K, or the Scotia Bank, or wherever, why are we spending taxpayer money on these multi-million-dollar corporations? So if you're going to buy them a new front, buy me one. Buy somebody down the street one. I just can't get past the fundamentals of other people in town paying for another business to help them operate.
Any other comments, Madam Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship. I hear you, but we're all sitting here and we've been asked to support the airport. There would be a lot of people in our community that would not understand our investment to the airport. The airport certainly at one time was a great asset to our industrial court. Some of that has changed. It's still an asset to our community, but I view it in the same light as I view supporting our businesses and helping them on a 50-50 basis.
I would say an air ambulance in the middle of winter like last week would be a little more important.
Thank you, Councillor Sanama.
Again, just a question or clarification. As opposed, and I think it's a great idea from a facade perspective, but as opposed to just offering it to fix up the facade, are we in a position whereby we could have given a bit of a tax break for the businesses on Main Street? Like, I know that many of them suffered financially over the last year when the construction was going on. Is there another way that we can help the businesses as opposed to just helping them look pretty? Just a thought. I don't know.
Councillor Levy?
Yes, I would have to declare a conflict of interest if we're only talking about the main street, so I won't go there. When I'm talking about the entire commercial community of Penetanguishene, it's been checked and double-checked several times that a business owner's not in conflict. So I just want to put that out there so people understand.
So with respect to the taxes, and that would be more of a treasurer question than anybody, so I'll just refer to the treasurer, see if she can answer that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In terms of tax breaks per se, it's in my time here, I've never experienced that. Certainly, that is council's decision. At the beginning of every year, council approves a bylaw that allows us to set the tax rates and send out an interim tax levy, as well as the interest rate that we charge for late taxes. So certainly, if that's council's wish and it's done by bylaw, then that's something that could be done. The other thing I just wanted to clarify, listening to this conversation about facade improvement, and if I recall, and I maybe somebody can remember, is when it was in place, the facade improvement program, I believe we budgeted $10,000 a year for the program. And I believe that at some point, the Community Development Fund was funding that, which is a reserve that council created to to transfer net land sale proceeds into community development reserve for community development initiatives, and I believe the facade improvement program as well as the heritage rebate program, as well as the council good idea fund, is funded through the community development fund. So just listening to the comments and in response to giving taxpayers money to a business for a facade improvement program, a facade improvement program in any form still could proceed if council wishes to use other sources of funds versus taxes.
Thank you, Councillor Levy.
Sorry, I think I've lost track of the playlist here. Is this going to, is staff going to come back to us on all of these issues?
Well, we're just talking about budget at this point in time. So from the standpoint, it was under dealing with the increased tax assessment and how to allocate. The treasurer had recommended that we proceed by allocating the entire amount, $265,000, to reserve, and that staff would come back with a report recommending how those funds could be allocated. And so that was what she had recommended. But the mayor made a suggestion, Councillor Cummings had made a suggestion, and we had the third suggestion with respect to the facade improvement program. So we're dealing with that subject, and we have to make a determination on that. I just wanted to speak on the facade improvement program, but just before I do that, with respect to the question about taxation, there is a tool under the Municipal Act, I believe. It's the Community Improvement Plan. Is that the Planning Act or the Municipal Act? The Planning Act. So under the Planning Act, a municipality can implement a community improvement plan for a designated area of the municipality or the whole area of the municipality, and that allows the municipality to offer certain incentives to businesses. And one of the businesses is they can offer a tax reduction. They can also offer other programs as well. So there's that avenue under the legislation. I don't believe we have a community improvement plan in place here in Penetanguishene. My interest in terms of the facade improvement program, and it's been touched on earlier, was that our Main Street has been under construction for a couple of years, and the businesses were impacted by that construction. And because of our inability to provide other types of assistance or whatnot to those businesses, I thought a facade improvement program was a way to show how the municipality is supporting those businesses. And I recognize it's across all commercial businesses in town, which is fine. But I think it's a way of the municipality indicating to its businesses that it's supporting its businesses. And these businesses and the owners of these businesses do pay taxes. They pay property taxes, and they pay higher property taxes than residential property taxes. So they do pay taxes. So they've paid over the last couple of years, notwithstanding the fact that they were impacted through their businesses, through the construction of Main Street. So I was looking at a way that not only can the businesses contribute to the improvement of the look of Main Street, but the town would assist them in doing that. So we've got the road, the public infrastructure has been improved, and it looks fantastic. And now we get some of the private infrastructure improved, and we can help a small way in doing that. And so it was kind of a two-way thing. A two-way thought was to recognize the impact of the businesses for the last couple of years, and to spruce up Main Street, help the businesses do their part to spruce up Main Street. So that's why I was supportive of that, and I am supportive of it. I understand that arguments against it, and I respect those arguments, but I was looking at it more from a community building standpoint and dealing with what's happened over the last couple of years. So that's my position on it. So we've got 3 ideas with respect to suggestions with respect to the budget. The treasurer has recommended that she take that we have a motion to put this in reserves, and that she come back with a report on terms of how to allocate that, and we have these suggestions. So do we have any way we want to proceed? So maybe I'll ask the treasurer. Councillor Cummings just whispered in my ear in terms of whether we need to deal with each of these three options, or we just put the recommended option on the table and vote on that. Madam Treasurer, are you able to assist in that, or Mr. CAO?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So based on scenario one, staff recommendation of the $265,000 and transferring it to a reserve.
It's just different amounts.
Certainly based on the prior motions this evening, directing staff to include items 1, 2, and 3 for the additional budget requests into the 2019 budget for council consideration, then certainly to offset that increase to the budget in the amount of $32,130, to make that change. I mean, it could all be one motion, but to make that budget change, I just would like direction from council in terms of the additional budget items for $32,130. That could be funded from the additional assessment growth that we're going to include of $265,000. If council wishes to fund the facade improvement program using taxation versus any other source of funds, then certainly that can be part of the motion to fund out of the $265,000. And I believe the third item was the curling club. So the additional $5,000 for the curling club, I would suggest that I make that as a capital budget change, only because it's already in the capital budget for 5, and I would just bump it up to 10 for council's consideration at the next meeting. So really, out of this $265,000, I'm really just looking for council's direction to include it in the budget and to offset one or both of those items that council is considering. The additional budget requests and the facade improvement.
So just for clarification then, the items that we considered earlier this evening, we consider the library request, the Severn Sound Environmental Association request, and the contracted snow removal. We considered those 3 items, and those were approved.
And 3. Sorry, I thought I said 1, 2, and 3. Number 3 was not approved, so it's numbers 1 and 2 totaling $32,130.
Okay, so that's what, okay. Okay, so it's only those first 2 that were approved, so, okay, so I understand what you're saying. It's whether we can get a motion together to state that. So it's up to the clerk if she's got some. So there, perhaps because it's been a long evening and it's been a while since we covered this, could you please just go through that one page again, make it an outline to members of council, the second box and the third box on that page, and what why the difference is there, just so that we fully understand.
Certainly, thank you, Mr. Chair. So based on the original staff direction to bring forward a budget that does not impact our tax rate more than 2.25%, if we were to stay with that number, which is where we are today, then any increase in the actual CVA assessment in terms of growth, so that's new taxation coming to us, would increase our budget by $265,000. The town tax, excuse me, based on that scenario, the town tax rate would increase 2.25%. The OPP tax rate would reduce negative 3.16%. So the overall municipal levy, including town and OPP, based on scenario 1, would be a 1.4% increase. That would be about $13.64 per $100,000 of CVA. Scenario 2 and 3 is really obviously the same scenario, except using some of that actual assessment growth to stabilize and actually, in effect, reduce the taxation required for the 2019 budget. So scenario 2 shows an additional increase to our operating budget of $198,000 versus scenario 1 at $265,000. That would translate to a town tax increase of 1.5%. The OPP tax rate would remain the same and reduce at negative 3.16%. The overall municipal levy, including town and OPP, would be 0.8%, or $7.36 per $100,000 of CVA. Scenario 3 is somewhere in the middle of scenario 1 and 2. So using a 3% rate of the actual CVA growth would result in an additional $230,900 going into our budget. The town's tax rate would end up at 1.9%. The OPP, negative 3.16%. So the overall municipal levy, including the town and OPP, tax increase would be 1.1%, or $10.44 per $100,000 of CVA. I think that's the focus of the decision that needs to be made by council. The county and the education rate estimates are there. My best guess on how I see this coming out when we receive that information in March, but certainly does impact the overall tax bill to the resident in April when we set our tax rates and define what the overall tax rate and impact to the taxpayers are compared to their tax bill last year and their tax bill this year. So the county and education information is really just provided for information to see our estimated overall look at what the tax bill is going to look like. So in scenario 1, the tax bill is estimated to be 0.4% higher, or $6.28 per 100,000 of CVA. Scenario 2, under scenario 2, the anticipated impact would be 0 on the tax bill overall. And scenario 3, the overall tax bill impact is 0.2% anticipated overall, or $3.08 per $100,000 of CVA.
Thank you. So, does everybody understand then in terms of what the options are? So the staff recommendation is option 1. Your worship? Yeah, so option 1 with the changes that we've just discussed. So I'll turn to Madam Clerk to see if she has a motion to that effect. But before she responds, we have Councillor Sanama has a question, I believe.
Actually, I just have I certainly appreciate the recommendation from staff, from an overall perspective and a perception. In my mind, if there was a way that we could come up with a zero, like a flat no increase overall for the taxpayers, I think in my mind, that would show that we are doing, our due diligence. I know that the council, their directive before was to try and show it, to keep it at the 2.25, but if we can, with the benefit of the growth that's happening in the town, if it can overall help the taxpayers, I think that's, in my mind, that's what we're doing, the best thing for them. So my recommendation would be to go with option 2.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion on this particular point? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, do you have a motion that we could consider?
Just based on the first recommendation from Mayor LaRue, but if I don't think that a council member has moved a motion, so I don't know if we're going with the option 1 as per Mayor LaRue's suggestion, or Councillor Sanama has suggested option 2, I believe.
So I just, so I think there was some discussion on option 1, and then Councillor Sanama raised a point about option 2. So my thought is that it's not only option 1, it's option 1 plus the little changes that we've talked about, the 32,130 and the adjustment to the capital dealing with the curling club. Those were the other items that were discussed. No, nothing's been moved at this particular point. We're just trying to formulate a motion that captures the discussion. Councillor Sanama has suggested option 2. So we're in the discussion phase right now. So are there any other thoughts, Madam Deputy Mayor?
Having a 0% increase is absolutely a wonderful thought, but it's a little dangerous, I think. Why have a compromise, and the number 3 is 3.0. Oh, sorry, guys. Yeah, so I'm suggesting that the compromise would be the scenario 3, which would overall have a tax increase of 308 per 100,000. I think that's more palatable than having an absolutely 0 increase. Nice thought. Certainly when I get my tax bill, it would be nice that it would be the same, but everything goes up. There is a cost. Anyway, that's my suggestion.
Any other thoughts? So if Councillor Levy, did you?
No, I'm supporting Councillor Sanama's recommendation if it ends up being a motion.
Okay, so we have potentially a mover and a seconder for option 2 with the changes as outlined. Did Councillor Sanama, did you want to move that? Did you want to get it on the table?
I'd be happy to do that.
And Councillor Levy seconded. So, Madam Clerk, it would be option 2 with the changes as outlined, and that would be the middle box in our handout there, which would result in a overall 0% tax rate increase.
And that's even with the changes.
Any other comments on that? So we'll call for the vote on option. Oh, sorry.
Thank you. Sorry for interrupting. Just want to ensure that the motion is actually as clear as possible. I have that scenario 2 being 2.7 CVA growth with proposed amendments such as the library, SSEA, and curling club be approved for the net tax impact for 2019? Capital, okay.
The treasurer has a comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I might jump in, the curling club comment really was just that. So staff, that was related to the capital budget, and it didn't require a motion because a couple new projects were thrown out for staff to take back and to work into the next draft coming forward. So that particular curling club piece doesn't have to be in this motion. I believe whichever scenario Committee of the Whole wishes to make a motion on, in addition to the $32,130 additional requests that were requested to be included in the budget, and whether facade improvement of $50,000 is to be included.
My thought on the facade improvement, and this is just my thought, was that that could be included in your report to come back when you look at how you were going to suggest that these funds be distributed, that it could be included in that report, as opposed to this evening. There seemed to be some questions about the facade improvement program, so I thought that maybe we could have some answers and then consider it then. So that was my thought there.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The timing on when that report comes back and when we're going to finalize budget wouldn't match up.
Okay. Your Worship?
Question through to Carrie. Carrie, what approximate percentage would $67,000 be in taxation? A half a percent? Or?
Two-thirds of a percent, maybe. I believe 95,000 is about 1%.
So about 73/4%.
And we may be up to the $100,000 mark, might be 1%.
Yeah. No, the reason I asked the question, we look at scenario two, is that we also have to look at the fact that the CVA growth has drops from 265 to 198, and that's $67,000, and figure it out back onto your taxation. I don't know.
I think the CEO wanted to make a comment.
Through you, Mr. Chair, my suggestion around the facade improvement, like I think what committee, we've heard a suggestion tonight, or we've heard a combination of a few suggestions in terms of what that might look like. My suggestion would be that we ask staff to come back with some options that committee could consider. And at the end of the day, if it's something that we're going to fund via either taxation via the reserve that there's a potential to throw some money into this evening, and/or a combination of the community development reserve, I think how it's funded could be sorted out later, whether it be the report that comes back around reserves or even, post that report. But I think the logistics of how the program might be set up is something that council and committee needs to decide, which could be determined post this. So I guess what I'm saying is I tend to agree with the comment I heard, that I don't think we need to deal with that. I don't think it's an urgent matter we need to deal with tonight, other than there will be funds in the reserve that there's going to be a report come back with, and/or a combination of the community development reserve. And I do understand that the suggestion made tonight was to increase that amount significantly, so we may need to draw on a combination of funding options. So that was my comment with respect to the facade improvement. In terms of option two, I think really if there's a will, and the clerk does have a motion that's drafted up, that ultimately at the end of the day what we would see is that additional growth money under scenario 2 would be reduced by the library and the SSEA amount, just so that we're clear with council. And then the 5,000 for the curling club, we would take back and in addition to the other capital projects that we heard, and present back to committee at our next budget meeting. So I don't know if that's clear in terms of how I see the next steps playing out.
Thank you, Mr. CAO. So, Councillor Levy?
Is it vital that we finalize this piece of the pie tonight, or shall we wait until we're fresh and the numbers are more clear to us? Yeah.
So there's a thought that, or a question whether we need to make a decision on this tonight or can wait a week. So, Your Worship, you have a comment on that?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, I don't have a comment on it. I have a question through to our treasurer. Do we have a date or time when we are going to put this budget to bed?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Mayor LaRue, no, we don't. And that was something that I was hoping we could end this meeting on, was to figure out what the next steps are.
So just, and, okay, Madam Clerk.
Just, we do have a mover and a seconder for a motion, so.
I was just going to say that too. We have a motion on the table, so that's the,
I can repeat the motion now that it's a little more clear, if that's helpful, and make sure that the mover and seconder are okay with it. That scenario 2 at 2.7 CVA growth with proposed amendments related to the library and SSEA in the amount of $32,100 be approved for the net tax impact for 2019.
okay, so that's the motion, and it's been duly moved and seconded.
Sorry, our
So-
treasurer is just asking that I repeat that. I want to ensure that it makes,
Okay,
it makes
so-
sense to her.
Okay.
So that scenario 2, 2.7% CVA growth with proposed amendments related to the library and SSEA in the amount of $32,100 be approved for the net tax impact for 2019.
Sounds good to me. It's really late, but it sounds good to me. But it is $32,130.
Okay, so having heard the motion, any further comments? Okay, I'll call the question. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4. Opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So the motion loses. So, do we want to continue, or, Mr. Your Worship?
I would like to move scenario 1.
So scenario 1 with all the same changes. We have a mover, His Worship Mayor LaRue, seconder, Councillor Cummings. Any further discussion on that motion? Madam Clerk, is it clear what that motion is?
If everything's remaining the same, we're just changing it to scenario 1 at 3.3%, and all the other amounts and stay the same, then
Yes.
we're good.
Yes. Okay, having heard the question, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, motion carries. Thank you. Mr. CAO, Madam Treasurer, is there anything else we need to deal with this evening?
Mr. Chair, I think what I would suggest is that at a staff level, we'll talk about next steps and timing, and we'll send out some proposed dates to members of council and ask for members of council to provide their availability. You know, we're looking at least a couple of weeks out, I think, just based on staff trying to pull things together. And I know there's some vacation schedules that are coming up, so we'll do that on our end, pick some dates that tend to work, and then send them out to committee to get our next meeting for committee of the whole scheduled, and report back with the changes that we've talked about this evening.
Thank you. And just, sorry, Councillor Cummings, did you want to make a comment?
Just additional comments regarding this budget that we've gone over tonight. I've seen a lot of new construction going on, infrastructure. This council voted on improving our infrastructure and fixing what we have now. I see very little in repairs. I see a lot of new construction, but I don't see a lot in our existing infrastructure. I think maybe we should be looking at that in the future, whether we're doing it through operating budget or through capital budgets. And with the review coming up from our province, we don't know where we're going to be in 4 years. So if we want to fix our infrastructure, it's a good time to start now. Secondly, I think the staff did a wonderful job creating this budget. It's unfortunate that I wasn't a part of it. But I would have one recommendation, is that any justifications that you have, senior staff, for any justification pages you have, I need more detail. I don't have, because I don't have face-to-face meetings with people, I read what I see on the page, and if I don't understand, I'm going to question. And there's a lot of questions that I have in regards to a lot of the justification pages. So it would be just a recommendation in future that if you want to pass a budget item, then make it clear to everyone so we don't have to ask questions. That's just a comment from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cummings. Any other comments? Saying none, I just want to close by thanking my fellow members of council for your patience in dealing with everything tonight. I think we accomplished a lot going through the 2019-2020 capital budget. I think we made a lot of progress, and I want to thank staff as well. Much appreciated for your time and effort this evening, and also for preparing the budget documents. Councillor Cummings made his comments, and certainly those are for the future. But for tonight, I think you did an excellent job, and I certainly, on behalf of council, just wanted to say thank you very much for all your efforts. So much appreciated. Thank you. And I'll take a motion to adjourn. And we have a motion to adjourn, Councillor LaRose, seconded by Councillor Sanama. All those in favor? Carried. Thank you.